Tube I found out.
Yeah, that's interesting because that is a clone of it's done with Desi Liu, which is the Desi Arnaz Lucille Ball, right?
Oh,
They're believe it or- they're the folks who started Star Trek way back in the day, right? So well before that, they were picking this up, and the sponsor was not Alcoa, but some other company. So, but it's interesting how they started off with this, um, John Newland, and then uh, the tribe gets a hold of it, and then they clone it and turn it into the Twilight Zone.
yeah. I saw Rob Sterling even wrote some episodes.
Hmm.
I watched just a couple of them today. I watched this new married woman who gets possessed,
Hmm.
and all the premonitions before the Titanic. That one seemed grounded in some like true stories.
Yeah, yeah. There was a lot of those. There was a lot of wild things like that have happened. I had a couple of those myself.
Nice. Hey, what's up, Klein? We're not
Hey,
we're
I'm
not
just
actually quite
gonna do
starting
some
yet.
stuff right now, so I'm not really gonna be talking.
Yeah, no problem. Uh, let's see who's all. We'll wait for people to pile in.
Yeah. I'll have to take a listen to the Industrial Society recording that I just posted there. It's apparently read by a woman. The one I listened to months ago was um, some guy. It had a pretty good voice.
Hmm. Yeah, I read that. Actually, weirdly, before I was red pilled, like a decade ago, and I really like his critique of liberalism. I
Yeah, that's worth the price of admission. Just the introductory analysis of the left and leftist psychology. Because normally I would have read that way back in the day, but I only listened to it, like I mentioned, on that road trip a little over a year or so ago. I was shocked. And then that led me to read his other books, and I'll probably be rereading those again.
nice. Okay, I think I am set up. So maybe I'll just post this around and let people know we're live.
What's
Um,
the topic for tonight? Still
oops.
the spookies and the scaries.
Same stuff as last week. UFOs, paranormal, any ghost stories ever happened to you, premonitions, telekinesis, anything like this.
I got a fuckload of ghost stories. I'll tell you what.
Nice. What happened to your voice?
I just took a nap.
You,
I'm
you
honestly
sound like you
going
just
above
crawled
my
out of a
parents'
tomb.
AC studio on my phone.
Yeah, the mummy.
Hey, is this any better?
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, all right, cool.
You know what? It's funny. I'm fighting off a cold
You're
too,
ready.
so
You're ready for Halloween, man. Those kids are
Oh
gonna
yeah,
run
man.
from the
That's like
porch.
one of the greatest benefits of being like a deathcore vocalist is that you just like you get like one of those like body mesh suits where it turns your body all one color and then just like wrap yourself in a bunch of garbage and crazy stuff and then a freaky mask and you just start running out of bushes at kids. Freak them out.
that would be pretty funny. Da, da. Whoops. Dumb.
That's actually like a big goal of mine. Back when I lived in like tiny town Saskatchewan, like just super small, we used to always set up like really fancy like haunted houses to the best that we could at least. To the point where we'd actually like set up a hallway that led to our front door and all like the furniture would actually be like one of us. So I was always like a bush. It's kind of fucked up to say, but whatever stepdad at the time was like the man at the door who was like laying over dead. So you got like 5 or 6 scares before you even got in the house.
Um, yeah, there's a guy on just at the end yesterday who said, or last week I should say, who said he lived in a funeral parlor. So hopefully he shows back up. I'd like to hear from him.
Fuck that.
Hmm.
There's a funeral home across from where I grew up.
A haunted funeral home?
No, no, I was never there.
You family man, Tom? How old are you roughly?
I have dogs, no kids.
Yeah, I've got the same problem. Um, I picture you like out in the woods, actually broadcasting to us from like a ham radio.
Yeah, I
He's in
could.
one of those like isolation radio shacks in Alaska watching the coast.
Tom is
I
actually
never
DB
got
Cooper.
yeah, I haven't run out of money since I jumped out of the plane.
No, you wouldn't, would you? How much you get away with again?
It was several $100,000, I think, at the time.
Oh.
Wow, with the rate of inflation, you gotta be broke.
Yeah,
Yeah, actually,
that's
I thought he got away with millions.
true. I don't remember honestly. Um, I think they presumed though that he died because I thought they had found traces of money and stuff. But out there, if you fell and you got hurt, the animals would take care of your body in pretty short order.
Yes. Hmm. Well, that'd be a quick end to that mystery.
Yeah. Yeah, I would like to get to Alaska. I'd like to have that on my bucket list.
That would be cool. Okay, while we're waiting for people, one question people can just listen to the replay if they want to hear this. But one guy I've always been very curious about is Bob Lazar. What do you think? Is he which side is he on?
He's in the UFO community, isn't he?
Yeah. He was famously worked at like Area 51, and then well,
Oh
there's a
yeah.
whole story to it. He got like driven to suicide, perhaps.
Hmm.
He also
I
had
don't know. It's there's so many little interesting, tantalizing pieces and people, with their stories. And when you have stories where you're talking about deep, secure stuff, there's no way to confirm, right?
hmm
So a lot of people have dined out on their stories and made careers out of them, and we know that other people have done the same thing with stories that are obviously false. So you just have to take a lot of those with a grain of salt.
yes. I I take them all with a grain of salt.
Yeah, I mean, there's enough evidence there to demonstrate the phenomenon's real, but the details and the meaning, I think, are nobody's put that together yet.
Mm. What do you think is the most compelling evidence that's ever come out?
Well, I think the video, the pilots, the behavior, the radar tracks, the physical evidence, and the fact that it's been going on for so long.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just too many people. There's too many high credible people, that have seen this, and then they've measured enough things, so the reality of it is not in question anymore. It's just it's so baffling and unsettling that you can understand why the powers that be would have wanted to keep it under wraps or not publicly acknowledge it.
Makes sense. Okay, here's another general question for you. Why do you think above, like, I think we started talking about this last week a bit, but why do you think it entrenched itself so much in the American mythos as opposed to, I don't know, like Europe didn't pay it as much attention, stuff like this?
Hmm. Well, other countries did research it and look into it, but you're right. I think the American it caught the American imagination, and it was certainly newsworthy. And then Americans have always liked, I mean, look at our addiction to sci-fi, right?
Yep.
You know,
Guilty as
I mean,
charged.
yeah, that's part of the American thing. It's like when you move west, and then when you can't move west, you go up, and then to infinity and beyond, and to
Hmm.
boldly go where no man's gone before. And the one of my favorite sci-fi is probably my favorite is The Day the Earth Stood Still.
Mm, good one.
Yeah,
Like
the
the one
original
from the
one.
50s?
Yeah, yeah. That's actually in its own way um, uh, a retelling of like the New Testament.
Hmm, interesting.
Yeah,
Uh,
remember plot two is um, after he's killed, he's like dead for 3 days, and then Gort brings him back,
oh yeah.
and then the name he takes on, to pass and look around is Mr. Carpenter.
Oh, that's a little on the nose even. Yeah.
Yeah. So
I've
and there's
always
there's other
there's other illusions too. Who made that
yeah.
movie originally, or is it based on a story? I'm gonna look it up.
Oh no, it's fiction. I'm pretty sure it's Jewish screenwriters too. So
I see. So maybe a attempt at subversion there. You think?
maybe let's see who the screenwriter was. Uh,
1951. While we're looking that up, I've
Jewish.
always thought at least early sci-fi was just a direct continuation of like the adventure novel. I mean, it's even explicitly true with guys like Jules Verne and H.G. Wells. But it's
Oh
really
yeah,
like
yeah.
it's like
There's a,
fisherman stories. Once you ran out of land to explore, like they were telling, the earliest sci-fi could be things like Gulliver's Travels or some of the pictures in Shakespeare's time coming out of the New World, crazy animals
okay.
and things like that.
Okay, yeah. So the story it's based on is published in 1940 in Astounding Science Fiction by Harry Bates,
Okay.
the pulp writer here. Let's see.
A lot of those pulp writers were not Jews at all, but quite based.
Yeah, let's see.
But there was also
Let's see. Hold on. I want to speak.
early life, early life. Bates, he's probably good.
Oh yeah, he's good. I'm looking at the screenwriter Edmund North, so he sounds pretty good.
I mean, I'm trying to think of that other writer. Theodore Sturgeon was a really popular sci-fi writer with some like really religiously subversive stuff. Um, and he was actually, what's that operation called? In World War II, they hired a whole bunch of sci-fi writers and stuff for psyops.
Oh, I'm not aware of that.
Um, I'll have to look that one up. We can kind of dick around a bit more while less people are listening here.
I knew there were psyops on the Holocaust narrative when they were trying to sort of gaslight the Germans after the war. Um,
Oh, definitely. Theodore Sturgeon. Army? Psyops? Come on, Google. I read this only in the preface of one of his books, so I wonder how widely known it is. It's just one of those weird things where, the science fiction starts tying right back into reality.
What's the difference between a red muted mic and a white muted mic?
Red, we can invite them to speak, and then if they're white, like I just did now, then they can talk if they want to. Hi, Winkler's Meat.
Okay, so the red means you're really muted. It's a hard mute.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. You don't. And
Okay, that's the muzzle.
yes, and that's the default state until I deem you worthy to talk.
Hey, do you mind if I ask a question on the behalf of my buddy?
Yeah, go ahead.
My buddy he's listening right now, and he wanted me to ask what your guys' take on weather warfare and weather controlling technology is. Like whether you think it's real, its application, and all that stuff.
Tom will know more about this than me, but the experiments they did, and with limited success, is like public record. And like probably every country on earth tried to do that.
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible. And like you pointed out, people have been trying to do it for a long time. You remember the rainmakers back in the day, 1800s and early 1900s, that people would hire people to do all kinds of crazy things to bring rain. I mean, so in a technological society, I'm sure they looked into that. I'm not sure that the chemtrails and things like that are necessarily for weather. There could be other things they're doing. It's hard to say, but yeah, it's certainly possible.
I think the Earth is just such a complicated beast that it's pretty hard to really manipulate it in some kind of like hard sense,
Well, for long-term
Yeah,
stuff, but
Probably
what
modify
does
weather
work,
patterns in local areas. But
yeah, cloud seeding does work, but that's like a known technology. Probably what he's talking about more is something like HARP.
Yeah, HARP is there, and the ELF stuff. Some of that was done for communications. There might be other applications for the some of the chemtrails that I mean, they've even found the military units that do some of these chemtrail things, and you can see pictures of the big canisters and the nozzles they have, right? And there's even military sort of patches and badges for the units that do this kind of stuff. But it might be that they're when they do HARP stuff and you're working at those really low frequencies, you have to have antennas that are just unbelievably large, right? So like when the Russians and us were doing stuff like that to hopefully communicate with subs, and you're working at frequencies like probably below 10 hertz and things, big antennas. And maybe one of the things they're doing with these seeded long chemtrails is they're making an artificial antenna that's very, very large.
Oh, never thought about that before.
That's
That's
interesting.
interesting.
Yeah, if it were filled with like I don't know, magnesium flakes or something like that.
Yeah, some particulate that can respond to E&M, because like even ham radio operators bounce things um, off the ionosphere, right?
No,
At
yeah.
high frequencies, you're basically line of sight, and lower frequencies can bounce around and refract.
And ELF was the not just ultra low frequency, but extremely low frequency, right? Where they could even like transmit through the Earth.
I don't know
Is that how that
through
works?
the Earth. Well, the way Tesla looked at it, and I'm riffing off of that, but his idea for like the power transmission was that you would tune to Earth resonance, and the Earth itself has anything that has a cavity or a shape or a fixed structure has a frequency associated with it, or a series.
He
And if you
rattled
can
those.
tune to those,
Just a side story there. He rattled an entire apartment complex so bad the fire department had to come by sticking a little device on it one time.
yeah. It sounds like you've read Prodigal Genius.
No, I don't know where I heard that one. But yeah, he's an interesting character to be sure.
Oh yeah.
Also, all his records were taken on his death by government agencies.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, I've worked with Westinghouse guys. That's the company that he founded to make his motors, and they still use them, Westinghouse turbines and generators and all that. So some of it's very obvious. Some of it, I feel like, if it was practical, we probably would have seen it applied by now. But you never know.
Yeah, he was definitely a genius in a class by himself.
Has anyone looked into the Great Pyramids and how they're sort of like a, well, I don't know what exactly they do, but the way, a long time ago when the Nile was closer to the pyramids, would actually create like a pulse through the tunnels underneath the pyramid. The water would surge in and then sort of hit the rock beneath the pyramid in a chamber that was cleared out. And it would sort of create this like booming, pulsing sound. There was a guy who did a like a 1 to 500 scale model on his property. You could hear it just going boom, 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 boom.
So you'd think it would be to amplify something.
Yeah.
The other curious thing about the
There's the-
pyramids that always, I mean, this is what I find oddest, is that they get worse as time goes on. The oldest ones are the best. And it's like they were losing the technology up into the year 3000.
There's a lot of pyramids around the
civilizational
world.
decline.
Yeah, there's pyramids in almost on every continent. We'll talk about Antarctica's later.
Bosnia, Herzegovina.
Yes, the Bosnian pyramids. There's ziggurats. Some are more impressive
ones
than
like-
others.
The three big ones in Egypt are basically Orion's belt, and there's other pyramids around the world that have that same pattern. So that's indirect evidence that there's probably a common root civilization of some kind, with all the symbols and the architecture that's scattered, on the various continents.
I love the root civilization theories. There's some
The
philosophers.
ancient Atlanteans.
Who is it who believed? Which of Hitler's guys was it that believed in it's the Thule Society, but they believed in the lost root race? Is that Himmler? Yeah, it was. I think.
Probably Himmler.
And then what's her name? Madame de Bovary was also fairly obsessed with the root races.
Blavatsky, I think.
Blotsky. Right. Bovary's a literature thing. Yeah. I know enough to refer to it. That's the extent of my knowledge. Do you guys know anything about that stuff?
Not really.
Blavatsky was the sort of the grandmother of Theosophy, I believe. And then that led to the Lucas Trust stuff that is like in the United Nations. There's a direct line from that all the way back to Blavatsky and all that theosophical occult stuff.
I should really look into theosophy. I'm dating a total hippie right now, and she gives me all this witchcraft stuff. I'd love to hit her back with the Nazi witchcraft. I quite often threaten to burn her at the stake. If my tomatoes are even slightly damaged by frost, I blame her.
Okay.
I tell her they had it coming. They had it coming. If they weren't spreading impotency and failed harvests, then no one would hate them.
So what's a hippie girl in 2022 do or
I can't say too much without doxing. Just needless to say, a lot of like the Reiki community, the natural healers, the doulas, all that came to our side during COVID, because they're like, yeah, this is hurting people's periods, etc. They got woke on the vax real quick, and then they got, of course, just the most brutal censorship anyone besides us had already seen.
Mm.
So
I think the modern hippie has made a departure from the boomer generation of hippies and back to something a little more what a hippie used to be, someone more seeking to be in tune with nature and not necessarily somebody just looking for doing acid out in the woods.
right. Well, what happened there? And I've met a few of these people now. Most of the hippies went and became yuppies, and then terrible, intolerable boomers. Some of them stayed intolerable hippies the entire time, like in the genuine spirit of the thing. And they live in buses and don't wear shoes and have, their multicolored ponchos.
Stink like patchouli.
Yeah, and they're actually pretty fine people, but they're neurotic messes with messed up philosophies, I would say. Now, yeah, so the younger generation of hippies, they do follow in that more genuine aspect of it. But they're not very different from a lot of our trad people. They're all like, where can I get raw milk? How do I set up a homestead? How can I grow 400 pounds of potatoes in a milk crate or whatever? It's
Yeah, there's a convergence of people wanting to do that same call. Again, there's lots of different off ramps from the technological society of Uncle Ted, and a lot of people feel instinctually uncomfortable with it and are taking different off ramps out.
That's right. Well, I was just researching some postmodernism yesterday, and we knew this guy, I want to say Roderick, was talking about Baudrillard. And he says we're on the postmodern trajectory where now it's just a simulation of a simulation because it's just the media reflecting back into the mass culture and back then into the media, and art affecting life and life affecting art till nothing's real anymore. What I would submit is that that's shattered around 2016, and that now we're in a more feudal media system. It's not the mass consensus media of the boomers. It's not the postmodern fake stuff that Kurt Cobain was whining about of the Gen X, the postmodernism. It's post-postmodernism or true postmodernism, where now everyone sets up in their own little camp and does a little stream with 10 people in it talking about UFOs and postmodernism.
Well, it's kind of balkanized,
Exactly.
democratically balkanized is probably a better way to put it.
Yes, I'd say so. That should come as news to nobody here. And so someone today was trying to tell me, oh yeah, the tide's really turned. People have really woke up. I say, well, yes and no. Everyone's woke up. I mean, the craziest stuff comes out of the so-called consensus, like the mainstream media consensus is probably the wackiest conspiracy theories you can believe in. But it's not like we all found, the truth, banded up and changed the world. No, we balkanized instead into 20,000 factions.
Well, sometimes
Kind
you
of the
have to break
way the
pieces
internet
before you
began.
can build something new.
Yeah, absolutely. And
I mean,
Winkler,
society is kind of like a big Lego structure, and we're taking it apart, and then in a generation or two, it's going to get built back into something different out of the compost.
precisely that. What are you saying, Winkler?
Yeah, so we've gone from the Wild West of the internet to the cyberpunk of the internet, basically.
Mm-hmm.
It's still cowboys and still lots of Injun tribes out in the bush that you got to be careful of, but just with some different flavors.
Welcome all the people who joined us.
Nothing new under the sun, as they say.
That's for sure. Winkler, did we have you on the Great White North? I've lost track of what guests we've had on. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, you had me once. Yep.
Right. Okay.
That was a good time.
Yeah, we were. I forget what we were talking about that week.
Are most of you Canucks?
I don't remember either.
Pardon me,
Probably
Tom?
wasn't
Are most of you Canucks?
I
that
mean,
bad.
Winkler and I sure are, and most of our friends will be. Klein will be. We'll draw most heavily from there.
Neil Mennonite's got to be a fucking Canuck with a name like that.
Either that or it's German. Does anybody on here, Alberta based, Neo Mennonite, have a story they'd like to tell? A UFO encounter or anything of this nature?
Well, I don't have a story, but I do have a topic I kind of want to bring up and see if anybody has any more kind of deeper information for me, maybe. I've noticed in my life that deja vu tends to come in waves, and I've just recently gone through a wave, and it's, about once, maybe twice a week, where just your standard deja vu situation occurs, but it's like every single detail, down to like the orientation of a pine cone on the ground, is exactly the same. So I
Can
don't
you
know,
go
just
into more
maybe Tom
detail?
has. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't. It's always so mundane what reappears to me that I never think to like write it down or anything like that or keep track of it. But that is also sort of an odd part to it, is that it's always just so normal and whatever, you would never think to write it down.
That's
And
a
it's
good practice to get
typically,
into.
yeah, it's
I
typically
definitely
only visual.
go ahead.
There's
Sorry.
occasionally some other senses kind of peek in, but it's typically just vision. Like the picture
I have a
you'll
wild
see with
I have
my
a
eye.
wild theory on this, but I want to. Tom mentioned earlier that he had maybe a premonition story to share, so I'm going to come back to this question later.
Well, I'm
Winkler.
going to save I'm
Oh,
going to save my premonition, or not the premonition, my paranormal story for probably an hour in.
okay,
It'll take at least 10 to 15 minutes.
okay. I just want to welcome Tube Dude and the Margrave. Put your hands up if you want to tell a story there, request to speak or whatever, and we'll definitely like to hear from all of you. So, I guess my theory, like we discussed last week, I brought up the kind of the contradiction that our DNA couldn't hold instinct and yet we had it. So there must be a field of consciousness that that goes beyond this material. I mean, the phenomenology backs it up somewhat on this and most of our other experiences. I would wonder if our consciousness isn't somewhat unbound by time, and that if you look at our lives from outside of time, they're just an occurrence. It wouldn't shock me at all if deja vu wasn't just a short circuit between I guess that's a fatalistic way of looking at the world, but I'll leave that to the philosophers. If there is another plane that our consciousness is operating on, and we can't sense it very easily, or we would have discovered it by now, then there's absolutely no reason it would necessarily be bound to time.
Well, time is pretty. Let's see. It's well defined, but it's not well understood. Right. There was a young guy some years ago by the name of Peter Lenz who wrote a really interesting paper on time. But all the mystics and a lot of the physics guys seem to intersect and say that time is somehow, like other phenomena, intrinsically linked to consciousness. And again, consciousness isn't that well understood either, because think how sometimes you're in a dream and you wake up by a clock and you've been asleep for an hour or two or maybe just a night, but during your dream your experience of time was much longer than that. It might have been days or weeks. You had all kinds of adventures. And remember when, uh, when you're a kid, time flies. When you're in the zone, your appreciation or awareness of time is very, very different. So even subjectively in waking life, our experience of time is very different. And then in a lot of paranormal phenomenon, whether it's UFOs or abductions or mystical experiences, people routinely talk about lost time, or um, time stood still, or during accidents. I had that happen to me once during an accident. It was just like everything started moving in slow motion. So time appears to have a subjective component of some kind.
Well, and then if you add on top of that, like psychedelics, the
Yeah,
amount of experience you can have within such a short amount of time,
exactly. Yeah,
On one time
yeah. I
on
mean,
mushrooms, I thought I was actually leaping. Like I had it non-sequentially, is what it felt like. My trip
yeah.
was not in order. Um, but that
well,
could
when
just be
people
brain rot too.
yeah. Well, the mystics often talk about, and there's even physicists and theories that talk about like the multiverse and things, or Indra's net in the Hindu tradition, where you you're it's sort of like our consciousness, or our perception is like a needle in a groove, right? And you can skip grooves on the record,
Hmm.
and where you put down, or you can skip, and everything's really happening all at once, you know.
No, that's what
And
I
our
would think.
our perception is just because we're enmeshed in matter the way we are, and so we have this idea of linear time, and um, even the fundamental law of physics, entropy of things only going one direction. That's sort of the fundamental clock or arrow of time that we have. But um, still a big mystery.
Do you think it could be possible that there could be things going the opposite direction, like Merlin? Um, could we have effect come before cause in some cases? And if so, how would we measure it? I guess that's the funny question to ask there. If such a thing
Oh,
did
you
occur in
mean
that order, how would you
definitely.
measure it?
Dean Radin's doing that. He's doing experiments on that. They call it retrocausation. So look, that book that I put the link in the other week, called Real Magic, the research he's done it's pretty mind blowing. I mean, quantum mechanics is bad enough, but when you get into retrocausation, um, my mind almost shuts down.
It is hard for the human mind to conceptualize such things, right? Because we're kind of programmed in a way to cause and effect. But I get you made a really good point with how would you measure that. If the if the effect came before the cause, modern instruments and the way that we investigate
Well, the whole
things
way
never.
the whole
Yeah.
notion of cognizance or perceiving is based on one of cause and effect. If nothing happens without a cause, and yet things enter our perception with no perceivable cause all the time, we just assume it to have a cause. I mean, a cause behind it. I think, what if like gravity is something that acts perpendicular to time? I don't think that's a stupid thing to say. I'm not sure the physics exactly, but I know that however it does interact with space-time, it's not a straightforward thing. There could be other forces like that act instantaneously or backwards in time, or any number things not yet imagined. So if you guys want, check out.
Even. Oh, sorry.
No, I'll just finish
I was
the
going to say
thought.
with mainstream physics, with quantum physics, I was going to say that with quantum entanglement,
Yeah,
you know, uh, over distance, so then therefore, space time is irrelevant to the reaction that's happening
sure.
to these two things over, so clearly there's already documentation within the mainstream science to show that clearly there are effects that are not
Quantum
real time.
entanglement, for those listening, is if you have two paired electrons, they'll have a quantum spin that's the same. You can then separate them to any distance. This has been done experimentally and recorded in labs. And if you change the spin of one, the other will change as well. It's faster than like information transmission. So I don't know. It's good to remember how little we know. There's every possibility out there, and people get deadly attached to the heuristics we use to navigate.
We get attached to certainty, whether deserved or not.
Right. You can, I mean, some rigidity in your thinking is great and required, or else you end up a loony or a space case or incomprehensible or literally schizophrenic. But, you know, it's good when you come into a chat like this to just kick off any of that, put on your schizo hat, your tinfoil hat, and just go wild. And
This is some real left-handed hours here.
absolutely.
Well, I'll
Man,
say
I
I'm
got-
glad to
gotta
be here
tell
with you guys.
about the
It's
latest
my
Q.
first time listening. Someone linked your chat, linked your chat here.
Yeah, great. Where do you
And
find
so
us
it's
from?
First time being here. What's that?
Where do you
Sorry?
find us from, Neo Mennonite?
I run a homesteading chat kind of discussion called Folkstead, and someone linked it in there and said, "Hey, come join us." The last post you made, so I went back to the group and I saw you were doing a show. I was like, doing a talk. I was like, all right, I'll jump in and see what's going on. So
That's awesome.
like-minded folks, though, it sounds like so far.
Absolutely. Sorry, Klein, you were saying something.
I was just being an asshole. That dude's words are way more valuable.
Okay. Also, you still sound like you're just crawled out of the grave. It's really funny. We've got Zombie Klein on the line. All right.
So,
Winkler.
real quick, what's everybody drinking tonight?
Bourbon and cranberry
got,
ginger ale.
Yeah. Scorpion
got,
Bowl IPA.
I got Crown and ginger ale.
That's a Canadian classic right there. That's a good
yeah.
Canadian boy there.
It's
got-
funny. I was actually turned around at the border last time I tried to go into Canada. I'm not even allowed in that country. So
Yeah, things are a little silly up here.
That's like a base badge of honor, though.
It kind of is.
yeah. Oh man, and I've only been there like once or twice when I was a kid, and I was trying to go there as an adult to go visit some friends up in Toronto, and they literally turned me around at the
Oof.
border because of my political beliefs. They were able to pull me
Well,
up. And
I think
No way.
I think those border guards must have been based. They were saving you the trouble.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
You guys hold it down for
pretty
just a
much.
minute. I got to grab
I'm-
a refill here.
I'm born and raised here, and if my government could get rid of me, they'd get rid of me for my political beliefs as well. So
Oh, I'm sure they would. I have a lot of buddies up there, and kind of keep my finger on the pulse of what's going on up there. And yeah, it's rough. it's bad down here, but it's even worse up there.
Yeah, I'm in
Yeah.
some deep enemy territory on the west coast.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, like we have a lot in common with our American cousins to the south. I would like to think that. What I'm jealous of is some of the personal liberties that you're still afforded in the States. Like it's like we can't even. I don't know if you knew this, but it's illegal for us to claim self-defense in any sense of the word up here. If you're attacked, you can always be charged for defending yourself, whether it's with a weapon or whether it's excessive force. We don't have a defend your castle or stand your ground law here whatsoever.
Oh man, I have a
Yeah,
super.
it's
fun
basically
story on
lay
that.
down and die, or get hit
Yeah,
with
which
the
is
law stick.
completely insane to me as a Texan. Like I don't leave my house without a gun, and I've you know what I mean. I've been in shootouts, so and no charges were ever pressed.
Was that a story you can tell?
That sounds like heaven to me.
I want to hear your shootout story if you'll tell it.
Okay, well, I've been in a couple. Let me
Is there any with ghosts or cryptids?
No, I was going to tell a story earlier about the UFO thing.
Well, okay.
But we'll get to the shootout story too. Which one do you guys want to hear first?
I want to hear the shootout. I want to hear the shootout story quick. I think that'll appeal to
Yeah.
our audience.
Okay.
But
Yeah.
multiple shootout stories. What's that? What
Well,
do you, like a
we're-
covered car card?
Well, I was in Afghanistan. I'm not counting those. But here in the states, stateside. Um, so one was a robber at a convenience store, and he started fire. I pulled my gun. He started firing. I threw 2 shots at him, and he ran out the door. Cops didn't charge me with anything, so pretty. I'm sure in Canada you guys would be in jail for that.
Oh yeah.
You were just
Usually-
part of
Carrying your gun out in public.
What's that?
You were part of the Texas immune system.
Exactly.
What was the
So
other
like I
one?
said, well, I had one at my house actually when I was a teenager. My parents, we lived out in the country. It was like super methed out. Everybody's on crystal meth and stuff like that in the surrounding area. And I had some dude try to break in my window in the middle of the night. So grabbed the 22, and I actually hit him in the shoulder. He got away, but they found him because he was bleeding and had to go to the hospital. And obviously they pick him up. He was a meth head. He wasn't very smart, so
All right.
I'd
Yeah.
like to
God bless
think
him.
you altered the trajectory of that break and enterer's life. That you might have changed his outlook on life for good.
I'm sure he thought twice if he ever decided to go through someone's window in the middle of the night.
Okay.
Or at least come
do
to
some
peace
shit like
first
that
next
up
time.
here in Canada, man.
You betcha. Okay, boys, let's dial it in a little bit here. I want to hear a UFO story or something spooky. Who's got one? Who's up first?
Well, I have. If you want a spooky, I have a Bigfoot story.
Yes, perfect. Yeah, we were hoping for some of
Yeah.
those.
Okay, because my UFO stories aren't very spooky. They're just like pretty standard.
Saw an orb.
But
yeah.
I did. Yeah, well, it was just like lights in strange places that they shouldn't be, especially knowing aircraft like I do, like that type of thing. You know what I mean? But nothing too crazy. It wasn't like I was, actually interacting with them. But with the Bigfoot, we were in Montana hunting, and this thing is going through the woods, and I can see it clear as day with my binoculars. But every time I tried to get my gun sight on it, because I'm looking at it and I could see with binoculars, it's bipedal, but it's large, much larger than a person. And I'm just like, what's going on here? And this, we're hunting, in high ground. So my sight's actually better than my binoculars. So I pull my sight on it to try to get a better view on it. And the sight would not focus no matter what I did. And I watch this thing go across this hillside for a good long way. And every time I could put the binoculars on it, no problem. Anytime I tried to put a gun sight on it, I couldn't find focus. Like there was something happening. And I've been hunting since I was knee high to a grasshopper, and I've never had that happen ever. I just could not. The sight would never focus on whatever this thing was. To me, it seems like it was a Bigfoot just from some type of large bipedal, hominid type creature that I could see going through the trees with my binoculars, but with the sight, it wouldn't focus. So there's clearly something there more than just a creature. That's what it made me believe, that there's some type of something more than the normal physics going on.
You felt interfered with.
Yeah, that was interfering with me being able to focus my sight on it to where if I wanted to, I could never take a shot at it.
A lot of pilots who chased UFOs have had the very same thing. They're getting ready to put the hammer down with their sights on tracking it, and right before they do, they feel like it anticipated them and it moved out of the way or did something.
Does anyone have any theories on what could do that?
So this is actually kind of
Some sort of telepathy, maybe.
Well, I'm getting a terrible.
Something that has a link of consciousness that we don't.
Everyone, make sure you're not echoing back through your speakers there.
So this is
it's you. It's probably you again, Tom.
Yeah, I think that there's a couple of people who have themselves not muted, like they don't have to hold their thumb to talk, so it's going to pick up feedback. If you want to keep the reverberation down, set yourself to mute and only talk when only allow yourself to talk when you push to talk.
It wasn't too bad anyway. All right, where were we? Sorry. More theories on what could possibly cause, some optics to work and some not to work.
So I actually have a thought on this. I've pondered this because I grew up in the Northwoods of Michigan, and I've encountered a similar thing to this. And it's always accompanied by a very strange feeling in the woods. Like the woods that I feel at home in don't feel natural. And I don't think Bigfoot is real. I think it's a anthropological hallucination that's being induced as a fear response to something that is like parallel to our physical reality that is observing us in a malicious way that we can't observe.
Wow. Can you elaborate on that?
Actually,
That's
yeah,
pretty deep.
no, I like that because the reason I put my binoculars on it in the first place, it wasn't like it was right in front of me. I had this feeling in these that something was around me, so I start scanning, and then I see it. So and in that sense, like you're saying, that feeling uncomfortable in the woods, and I've never felt uncomfortable in the woods in my life. Definitely, resonates.
So like being a forest child, I've dabbled in the like hallucinogenic mushrooms. And I've done it a lot of times in my life. I normally do like one big trip a summer out in the woods. And I had this profound experience one time when I kind of realized that like there's a veil of realities. Like our brain is a chemical antenna, and when you're in those altered spaces, you are not you're the things that you're seeing are actually there, but when you're tuned normally, you don't witness them. And I saw things that were like dark and frightening, and then I realized that like those are there all the time. You're just not actively perceiving them with your active five senses. So I think that there's occasionally instances where you engage with entities that exist in our reality but not on our physical plane, and it triggers an anthropological memory that we have of interacting with like Australopithecus or some other bipedal hominid that was larger and dangerous and hunted us in the past. And like that's the closest thing our brains are capable of. So it creates a like visual hallucination to warn you of the presence of something that is spiritually or physically dangerous
Okay.
that you can't physically interact with.
So it's not unlike Jordan Peterson's dragon theory that he says it's like a combination of a cat and a snake, like a saber-toothed tiger and a snake and a lizard, whatever, alligator.
Oh no, dragons were real. Dinosaurs are fake. They're fucking with everyone.
Okay, go on. I want to hear this dinosaurs are real theory now. Or dragons rather.
Okay, so like dinosaurs have bird bones. They're all hollow. The amount of them that would have been fossilized is incredibly low, which is kind of true. But anything attempting to interact with those remains while they were decaying and fossilizing would completely destroy them. And the most delicate part of a bird is wings. Like when you find a dead bird that's past like base decomposition, your odds of finding its wings are next to zero because they're so brittle. Anything even stepping on it would crush that, and then they like blow away as dust. And like I really think, especially with the fact that like there's actual documents in court where the Smithsonian's admitted that giants are real. They've had remains and they've destroyed them. There are certain things from our like collective anthropological memory that are real, that because of the ultra secular humanism that the Jews in academia use to control what is reality, um, they intentionally hide those realities. Like if you look at the skeleton remains of like a dog, you would never produce a dog if you didn't see one. If you saw like the remains of several fish species, you would think they were something fucking insane. Or like if you saw the skull of a hippopotamus and you just put muscles on it, you would get the kind of bullshit they come up with when they tell you what dinosaurs look like.
I agree.
Modeling a creature based on bones is just like pseudoscience at best. So I legitimately think, for the same reason that I think at one point Bigfoot was real and something that hunted us, across all cultures, all races, all histories, dragons are real, Bigfoots are real, giants are real. And there's evidence of that still exists. It gets suppressed by institutions like the Smithsonian, the Cairo people that are in charge of the pyramids, Egyptologists, things of that nature. All of it gets suppressed by these because anything that lets you peer into this like pre-modern era where narratives were carefully crafted and controlled destabilizes their ability to continue that control. It's like it's actual black magic. They tell you
Psychedelics are illegal, right?
Yeah, and so is being a white nationalist.
Right.
Well, here's the thing with psychedelics is that there are many, possibly even most beings in the world have subtle forms.
Wait, Winkler, hold up.
that
I
can't
just
be-
want to
can't be
address
seen.
something real quick. The last guy, he didn't mean, he's not accusing you of being on psychedelics and those are kooky. He's saying they suppress psychedelics because it suppresses the same kind of truth as you do. I don't know if you caught that implication.
Oh no!
Yeah,
I missed that.
Yeah,
yeah,
no,
that
he was
is
agreeing with
exactly
you. He was
why.
agreeing with you. All right, sorry, carry on, Winkler.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, Goy, I was absolutely agreeing with you. I was saying that's the same reason that psychedelics are illegal is because they're trying to suppress your ability to access these things. So yeah, I'm on the same page with you, brother.
But yeah, so one of the reasons why they're illegal is because they can allow you to see beings that have subtle forms, and that includes good and evil beings.
Absolutely.
But witnessing them definitely kind of opens one up to a higher level understanding of reality.
So this is gonna sound ridiculous.
Well, one at a time.
But
We're going to go Alberta
Yep.
base, then we're going the one Goy.
Hey, thanks. I just want to squeeze this in here before we get too far away from the Bigfoot stuff. I'm trying to get my buddy to come in here and tell you the story firsthand, but I don't know if he's going to make it in. So I'll tell you a third party account of it that he did tell me. This coming from a guy, and not to knock anybody on psychedelic use, but he's not the type to even do this stuff. He was a long-term Navy service member in the Canadian Navy, serving off of the West Coast. He did a lot of his sailing up up that strait that goes in between like Vancouver Island, and you get up into a lot of smaller islands that are not populated whatsoever. There's nothing on them. He is a die-hard believer of Yeti or Bigfoot because he says that he's seen one in broad daylight on the shore. Now, it wasn't that he was something that he zoomed in on or tried to put optics on, but what he said he could make out was something that was a bipedal. It was of large stature, and it fucking chucked a log. We're talking like how they do like Scottish strongmen competitions. This thing swung it like Barry Bonds and threw it like a baseball bat. And he said it must have went 40 fucking yards.
Holy shit.
Since then, he's been a diehard believer of it. And then through his travels and talking to other military people across the world who have served in especially in Asia, this seems to be a common concept of people. Guys who have no drug use history whatsoever all have these firsthand accounts of witnessing something not so close that you could touch it or smell it, but close enough and you're dead sober on service, where guys have, and these guys are trained just like a police officer in taking very astute observations of things and noticing details. And he swears by his account. He makes me want to be a believer that we don't know everything that's out there. We don't know what's at the bottom of the ocean. We don't know what's halfway across Canada. Like, a lot of the stuff's uninhabited. And maybe it's a little bit whimsical, a little bit romantic, but it makes me want to be a believer that there could be something esoteric out there.
Listen. Which species would we have not have discovered yet? It would be ones that have a means of evading our modern methods of detection. Most species were only discovered in the last couple hundred years, because we kind of exhausted the naturalism phase. However, there's nothing precluding all the creatures and beings that maybe something like the Fae that slip in and out of our world, maybe something like a Bigfoot that can disrupt our optics, or it might be a remnant, or it might just be a memory, sure. All these creatures, they very well could exist out there. Tom.
There's nothing that would prohibit an interdimensional being from looking like a Wookiee.
Right.
You can have a machine elf, you can have something that looks like that, and you could have something that could be projected into your field of view that's going to look reasonable, bipedal. The interview on that link from the other week is an interview with Dr. Gary Nolan and Tucker Carlson. I'd highly recommend people take a listen to that. It's a barn burner of an interview. And he talks about the current consensus of the intelligence and military communities about these types of phenomena, that their projections, whatever the technology is, they can make people up close or at a distance perceive pretty much anything at will.
A hallucination beam?
Yeah, if you want to call it that. There's actually even an example of that where there was a woman in France. This is one Dr. Valid did, where she's driving down the freeway with an open top, like a convertible or something, with her kids. And there's this big craft, above her, and she's all freaked out. And she's looking at the traffic, the cars that are, in other lanes, and no one's seeing it but her and her kids, right? And her children had cell phones, so they apparently took a picture of this thing, right? But the picture doesn't show what they saw. It shows something much smaller, like a little tiny portal there. But the interesting thing is what they saw was local to them, and the people around them didn't see it. And so it was sort of like what you could call is like a projection. It was like they were enveloped in a bubble of reality that was controlled by something else.
That reminds me of the account of like the miracle of Fatima or whatever, where those chicks in South America seen Mother Mary in the sky, but only they seen them, and they were in a trance.
Yeah. Same thing with Lawrence.
That ties like exactly to what I was saying, where like
perfect.
There is something there, and it's projecting a hallucination that is something our minds are capable of comprehending. And the like Bigfoot, the big hairy bipedal thing, like is the closest, like this is danger that we have in our like blood memory as humans. It's like, this is a thing, you probably shouldn't go after it, but there's something here that is a threat. And it realizes that what it is would like fuck your brain up, like almost like when it talks about how like man's mind can't cope with hearing the actual voice of God. It's something akin to that, where like there is a almost tactile hallucination being projected to like alert you to the presence of this entity, because whatever it is, you're incapable of comprehending in a manner that is like coherent to our fragile little minds.
It's interesting that
back to the
you talk about the.
We're gonna go the Margrave, then we're gonna go Neo-Mennonite.
Apparently the whole town seen that though. So like those 3 chicks or whatever, and then the whole town like gathered around, and like apparently they all seen it. So I don't know if that's divine or some hallucination thing, but
well, no, it's not restricted to a single person. Lots of people can see it. If you're in the bubble, whether it's one person or 1,000, like with Lourdes or Fatima, you're seeing what was ever projected there or what was intended for you to see.
Neo-Mennonite.
I was just going to say that I like the projection theory of the blood memory, because even if you look at mainstream science, you know, we're talking about at least 6 other hominids, many of them much larger and stronger than we were, that existed within our time. And that's even, mainstream science. So
Sure.
it's probably even more than that,
Well,
So that, that does jive.
there's a lot of theories about the.
Like a racial soul,
Sorry.
like a blood memory. Do you mean like a racial soul type thing?
Racial soul is more like metaphysics. That's more like during cellular mitosis, there's actually a quantum bridge of continuity between the two cells to ensure that whatever the cell knows it's supposed to be making a copy of itself as does it successfully. That's a whole other topic.
Or,
But, like,
or Jung's
when I-
concept of racially segregated sort of collective consciousnesses or unconsciousnesses. But the blood
Yeah,
memory is
like-
different, right?
yeah, it's more, it's like, it's literal like DNA memory, like coded into what makes us us, not on a spiritual level, but on a physical level. There are certain things we recognize as threats, even though they're not in modernity anymore. Like the way animals have instincts, us as humans, when we see a large, hairy, bipedal creature in the forest, we intrinsically know that that is danger. It's not one of us, and it's something much more capable on the land than we are, and it doesn't need tools to survive. And
It'd be like
so,
if spiders went extinct and then, 100, 200, whatever years from now, some kind of representation or something like that showed up and somebody would get the heebie-jeebies from it,
exactly that. Yes, like people, like even babies know snakes are bad, and like to that extent, as humans, we still have instincts. Most of them are lost, and we learn things instead of intrinsically knowing them. But there are certain things where you see them, and like somewhere, like the hair on the back of your neck stands on end. You get hackles.
Yeah, your hackles rise. Yeah.
A question for Goy here on the blood memory thing, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
I've noticed that when I am, I've got my hands in the dirt in the garden where I'm raising the animals and I'm out doing those things that our ancestors did for millennia, to survive, that I feel like a connectiveness, not a conscious, but a subconscious. I feel my ancestors kind of like using my hands, showing me what to do, and it's a very, they're guiding my hand. Do you think that's in the blood memory, or do you think that's a racial? Like, where would you define that within that?
So
How you're defining these things.
I feel like that's probably more in the like blood memory side of things. If that is something that does exist, like I'm pretty convinced it does, just because we know, like we talk about blood and soil as what builds a nation, but you can, based on isomers in people's bloods, identify it, like to within 10 miles where their family lineage is from now. So like I would say that's more on like a physicality side of memory as opposed to a spiritual side of memory. But like I understand what you're kind of saying, because like I grew up hunting and foraging, and like I could find a morel mushroom when I was like 10 years old before I got taught what a morel mushroom was. And like I was able to skin my first deer with minimal help other than like grown men holding it for me when I was like 12. And like that just intrinsically, like I knew what I was supposed to be doing. So,
Can
so I'd-
totally attest to
Yeah.
that.
Also, something to remember with these kinds of things, well, with most things really, is that there's no real black and white about them. I mean, our reality is a confluence of the right hand and the left hand.
Well, let me phrase that a different way. Simply put, if it were simple to understand, it wouldn't be on this chat. Everything that's concrete is outside the scope of this chat. We are talking about things that are at the edge of our understanding. Therefore, it's the things that can't be measured empirically very easy. So the subjectivity is built in, just as Winkler's saying.
I definitely
I agree. I
with that.
wanted to see where Goy like was defining that, where he would define that as someone who seems like had a very similar upbringing, living in the woods, hunting and foraging. I just wanted to see, because he seems like he knew what he was saying on that.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see where he would define those things. You know what I mean?
Well, we got some
Just
woods
'cause, like-
boys on here. I'd like to ask if you feel like the meme is true that the woods of North America are different than the woods of Europe. And Goy, first, you go first on it, and you tell me also what part of the country or world you're from.
So I grew up in northern Michigan. Not quite the UP, but it was still until like the mid 90s. Wintertime, you didn't go to the grocery store, you killed deer.
Nice.
And I do think it's different, and I actually think that that's an interesting thing. And I think our folklore reflects that as well, interestingly enough. If you look at cryptids in the American consciousness, they're all dangerous creatures. If you look at it in like Europe, with the exception of black forest tales, you have gnomes, you have the fae, you have leprechauns, you have generally benign creatures that interact with humanity as a curiosity or an aid. In America, you've got like the Jersey Devil, you've got skinwalkers, you have all of these things. And I think that this is in fact reflective of the blood and soil thing that we talk about so often. In Europe, we didn't practice cannibalism. We didn't really practice human sacrifice. We didn't practice a lot of things that are inherently dark and amoral. And the blood that got spilled on our lands that fertilized our forests and things of that nature was like noble blood fought in war. You look at America, and most of the blood spilled before we came here was human sacrifice and cannibalism and tribal war for the sake of human sacrifices and cannibalism. And I think most of the cryptid type things that influence the soul of the forest comes from the blood spilled on the land that it grew in. And I think that that's a direct influence.
There's also a symbolic reality here at play, which is that the fringes of an identity is where all of the monstrousness and the hybridity is. And so you can think that Europe is the core of the Aryan like blood, and the Americas is the far fringes. It's the frontier of the the European world, or at least the northwestern European world. And so the kind of the spirits that are going to, and the other beings that are going to inhabit this place, at least for us, are definitely going to be more monstrous, and they're going to be of a more hybrid nature.
Well put. Very good point.
Yeah, both of you guys. That was great. I actually like that. As someone, I'm in the South. I've lived in Alabama and Texas. I've lived up north a little bit, but I'm mostly from the South. But I've spent a lot of time. I spent months in Europe in the woods, so I do have a perspective on the way the woods are different. And I fully agree with the Goy there that the woods of Europe, regardless if you're in Germany or if you're if you're in Spain or Greece or wherever you may be, they feel more home. They feel more like safe. You don't feel that kind of tingling that there could be a danger anywhere, which I feel here all the time if I'm in the woods. Like I feel at home there, I'm comfortable, but at the same time there's always like an edge to it where it's there's always a danger around any given corner.
Well, to call back to Goy's reference of cannibals and human sacrifice, I mean, how fitting is it that in ancient and medieval maps, the edge of the map was filled with dog-headed men and cannibals. And then where's the edge of European civilization? It's in the Americas. And what was it filled with when we got here? Cannibals and human sacrificers.
Dog-headed men, absolutely.
And
Literally men
when
wearing wolf heads.
the edge of Rome's world was Carthage, and there they found the exact same thing. It's basically been the rule of the edge since we found the first edge. It's a man against cannibal since day one of history, in some sense.
Well, and it's a fractal reality too. It stacks up from like
I
the
do.
lowest level up to the highest.
Do you like the thought though that like when Goy was talking about the cryptids of North America versus the cryptids of Europe, and the blood that has been drenched in the soil of the states from those cannibals has definitely risen a much darker energy. You know, um, going to the I want to say though, I forget who was talking about his friend who was in the Navy earlier. When I had my Bigfoot interaction before that time, I had done no hallucinogens. I just want to make that clear. Like I had in my entire life before that point, I had done no hallucinogens. So it's, it's clear the air there. But the darkness that's in the soil, I think that again, this back to hallucinogens for a second, that I've done them in Europe and I've done them here in the States, both, and I think that the beings that you interact with and the energies that you interact with are much different. There's a different vibe. There's a different sense of the universe,
Well,
regardless your geographic location.
Santa Claus, in some say, is a spirit that you can contact on Flyvella, or those red mushrooms with the white spots. If you're in Norway or whatever and you eat their hallucinogenic mushrooms, you will meet Santa Claus. You ever hear this one?
Okay, so that's a little more complicated than that. So like I'm a hobby. Me and my wife are actual biologists, and I study mushrooms as a hobby. That's like how I wound up trying the fun ones. So the Santa Claus mushroom connection is you're inverting it. So like the very most northern Europeans back in ancient times, their shamans during the winter solstice would deliver dried Adamantia muscaria mushrooms to people, and they would consume them as a family, and it would trigger like laughing fits and like joyous uplifting things. Now that we've had time to study them, if you eat them raw, they're kind of dangerous, but if you dry them with heat, they have two compounds in them, and one of them is like a very uplifting, giggly, almost stimulant quality. If taken in small doses, like it helps you see at night, which would improve your hunting in winter. And then in high doses, it creates a very intense sleepy state, like you almost go into a coma. But the chemicals in it are essentially what benzodiazepines are synthetic forms of. So they would do this annually around the solstice in the heart of winter, and they were essentially resetting the biochemistry of their brain to stave off depression, while also encountering shamanic experiences as a family, which created tighter knit groups of people. So the Santa Claus dropping gifts down the chimney is a carryover of shamans dropping mushrooms into snow imbounded homes through their chimneys for the families to eat to stave off depression. It's very interesting.
Wow. I'd never heard it that way. I want to check in with the Margrave here. Did you have any particular stories you wanted to tell tonight when you hopped on? You're not the guy who said you lived next to a funeral home, are you?
That's not me, but I guess we're all talking about where we're from. I'm from the woods of Ontario, and it's super weird talking to a bunch of guys who grew up pretty much how I did, cutting apart bucks and whatnot. And back to, I don't know if it's, I'm a little confused on it, but I don't know if it's a racial soul or a blood memory thing. we did a whole bunch of talking about that.
Sure.
I tried to keep in, but I grew up in the trades a lot, and every guy in the family was the same way. And I feel as though I have some type of a natural knack, so I can definitely get behind some type of a like prior memories or something, like not like a past life type thing, but just like I always felt like I knew exactly what I was doing even when I was 5. Um, but yeah, and then the woods here are definitely, from what you guys say, different than Europe. I've never been there, but growing up in the woods at home, I always felt fine, but there was always those hair raisers. And I live in Alberta now, and even out here, it's weird. Like you drive like without the radio, just through the plains and stuff by the mountains.
Mm.
It's almost like you can hear Indians howling and guns going off.
Abs- I drive through
It's
the
kind of
prairies
spooky and
all the
weird, but
time, and it's my favorite experience. I find it mostly very peaceful, but one of my biggest like religious transformations, I'd say, would be driving through an electrical storm down the prairies from Alberta to Saskatchewan, and it's indescribable, to be honest. We have they call it the land of the living skies out here. I know Texas has a similar sort of thing actually, but the prairies are. I think with nothing to block your horizon, you look out further. Maybe it puts you further outside yourself, something like that. Like that farmer's squint, those crow's lines, around everyone's eyes. It gives you that distant vision, and I think that's kind of our quality. And probably the reason our chat right now is filled with woods people is because this sort of thing appeals to woods people. You're a tradesman, so you get a knack for it down the bloodline. All the woods people in here will know very well that when your hairs raise up, that's something to pay attention to and not take lightly. Where we're born and the land and the soil and our blood all affect us very deeply and in ways that are hard to describe. So I'd fit that in as a very appropriate topic for this show. Maybe that was
Now, in terms of dark kind of shadows, like there's the Pacific Northwest in particular has a very, all of my locals have our guys kind of have noticed this as well, and it's been an ongoing conversation between us that there's just like a really dark shadow overcast over the Pacific Northwest. And one of those things is from a long history here of witchcraft
Hmm.
and Freemasonry, unfortunately.
Hey, do you think that's why they shot the X-Files there?
Probably. Also, I think having mountain ranges surround you like all over the place that cast literal shadows also helps cast a figurative shadow.
It's such a liminal space, the Pacific Northwest. Rainforest meeting ocean meeting mountain. It's there's nothing
I
quite
love
like
it, and I don't think I ever want to leave it, but yeah, it's definitely can be very, very creepy sometimes, that's for sure.
Welcome, Alan Amos.
You don't want to leave it, but I'll say that I can walk around with a 45 on my hip and an AR-15 on my back. So,
That's
Well, we're gonna be making some changes around here, and
Yeah.
let me tell you, that's on the list.
yeah. I don't see you doing so good against those Mexicans down there. No matter how many guns you have, seems like we all got the same problems. Regardless, hello, Alan Amos. Did you want to tell a story, a UFO sighting, a paranormal experience, or anything like that? Or are you just here to listen?
I got one in my hip pocket, since you ask.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where are you from, first of all?
Illinois.
Nice, nice. What do you got first?
All right, so the only encounter I've had with anything UFO related happened when I was about 5 or 6. It was in the car with the family, my older brother, my older sister, mom, dad, and we were driving down driving down a county road, you know, not a highway, but a byway, if you know what I mean.
Hmm.
And it was nighttime, probably about, I don't know, 10, 11 uh, in the evening. And we all saw, uh, now I can't remember if it was 3 red lights in a triangle and a white light in the middle, or 3 white lights in a triangle and a red light in the middle. I'm pretty sure it was 3 red lights in a triangle. And the the figure that the lights cut out in the sky based on, you know, the 3 lights in a triangle made this, whatever the fuck it was, made it huge. It was fucking huge, and I can't judge like how far away you know, it
Wow.
was from the
Do you
ground,
know what?
but it was it
You're
was
not the first person to tell us this story. Last week, I think we had a couple
yeah.
callers with very similar things. Carry on. Sorry.
Yeah, well, yeah, and yeah, I know this is like years later as an adult, you know, I fell across some other, you know, sighting reports of similar shit, and I saw that it was in the same, you know, in the same area, like the area that I live in that we were driving through was like a transit for whatever the fuck this was, you know, back and you know, going back and forth. But anyway, so we see it, and a lot of other people saw it because our local like rock and roll radio stations, you know, the DJ cut in and was talking about, yeah, we're getting a lot of calls about something in the sky south of, you know, so and so, and yeah, and then like they stopped playing music and were taking phone calls, and they just got flooded, and people were on there, you know, talking about seeing the same thing that we saw. Uh, but yeah, it was like moving super slow, just like slowly passing by. But but
How
yeah, we
how
stopped
big
at
do
a
you
gas
think it was?
station. Ah, shit, man. Like I'm said, like I said, I was about 5 or 6, so uh, it's hard to really remember clear enough to give you any type of dimensions. But it looked like a fucking football field, man. In the sky,
Wow.
based on where we were in relation to where it was in the sky, it looked as big as how you would see a football field if you were sitting at the top of the bleachers.
Okay. Tom, can you tie that in to the theory? The theory. This is like the Arizona sighting, right? This is one of those triangle sightings. Am I wrong? Hey, are we live? We might have lost Tom.
Yeah, we're live.
I'm here. I was just waiting the sighting there that was very big, but I don't remember if he mentioned it was edged or triangular.
Yeah, we had a
Yeah, it was
couple
a
of those last
triangle.
week. Because they always seem to be orbs or triangles. Sorry, the Margrave, you're coming through poorly.
Wondering if that could be some type of a portal, maybe. Like we're talking about the paranormal. I don't want to sound crazy, but
Well, I'm gonna shoot that down a bit because typically the triangle sightings, these have been reported. I think Arizona's the most famous one, if I'm not mistaken. It's a mass sighting of a maybe kilometer long triangle shaped vessel. There's one in Florida as well.
Well, Fred moved out of Arizona specifically because he kept getting, he kept having these sightings, and they freaked him out so much that he literally left the state. So,
Yeah. What they appear to be, the Margrave, is a enormous vessel, something like a Star Trek Star Destroyer, to be corny about it, like massive pointy triangular vessel. And they have like usually I think 5 big bright lights on the back of them.
So this is a thought I've always had about this because whenever people describe these, like I've never witnessed one, but they describe the space in between the like point of the triangle and the base of the triangle is unfathomably black. Like it's unreal how black it is. and I'm almost curious as to whether or not these vessels aren't actually that big, but if the points of the triangle are actually generating a field that creates a like an illusory cloak of whatever is actually above it.
Exactly. We don't know really how big these things are. And from the example I mentioned earlier, the projection of whatever is created there and the size and the perspective, you know, and how many people see it is really doesn't matter. It's being uh, everyone's being given essentially VR, AR goggles without knowing it.
Yeah,
They're
my
having
sighting.
an augmented reality experience that's controlled by something else.
Yeah, my sighting was like I said, I was like 5 or 6, and that was in the '80s, mid '80s. So, and there's been similar sightings like 10, 20 years later, as seeing the same thing that I saw in the same area. Like it seems like throughout the years, a lot of people have seen the same shit that I've seen, like in the I-55 corridor in central Illinois.
I do
So
believe you're right.
doing a deep dive, I used to do podcasting. We did a real big deep dive on the UFOs, and when I was researching, I found that when the U.S. government is tracking them, all the reports they seem to disappear or appear from the ocean, from the water. And so this has led me to kind of come to maybe might be far out even for you guys is talking about like a hollow earth theory and like these are ancestral beings that separated from us at some point, not from some intergalactic, some star out there at some unfathomable distance, but yet they come locally. They come from the center of the earth as a potential location. What are your thoughts on that, guys?
Do you mean like the big hole in Antarctica or whatever? As I've
Yeah, I
heard
think
that
there's more than one. I think there's more than one. I think that's one. I think that there's quite a few under the ocean. Obviously, the ocean is vastly unexplored. I think there's quite a few under the water that lead to these same places. I think that there's a massive empire under there that's technologically more advanced than we are, and these vessels come up to kind of just look at what's going on, see what's happening. There may be some interaction with governments of the world that they're obviously hiding from us, those type of things, but who knows? But I think that stellar travel, if you're to travel at light speed, you'd be seen from a long way off. You would look like because hypercharged particles in front of a light speed vehicle would be obvious. It'd look like a shooting star coming from millions of miles away. You'd be able to see it, right? So unless they're using some type of portals to instantaneously travel here, they would have to be local,
Right. Okay. Go. So let's review some of the theories. Well, we got like Agartha. We got like Hollow Earth, right? And then we got,
Absolutely.
as far as interstellar theories, no one really believes that they'd be actually traveling through space because that would just be impractical. We're talking, what's the closest star? Alpha Proxima, 4.6 light years, 4-year trip.
Yeah, Alpha Centauri is like 26 light years away. So
we got one closer. I think Alpha Proxima, something like that, is 4.6. The odds of there being life there are practically nil. We're talking in the tens or hundreds of light years. So we're talking generation ships or some immortal alien being, and we would see them coming. We can almost rule it out. If they're getting here, it's either by some, like we were talking about consciousness earlier, time, like outside of those things, right? In a physical means we don't understand. Yeah, maybe a wormhole, but that's hokey too.
Honestly, Einstein-Rosen bridges would be the most likely way. Like a hyper advanced civilization, like utilizing a Dyson sphere to create a gravity well that would allow them to like collapse reality on itself, like folding a piece of paper in half and then just punching through it, would be like the only feasible interstellar
W-
travel
you know,
model.
with our current understanding of energy technology, whatever, we don't even understand how we have instincts. So, to my mind, it might be possible to maybe, maybe something like the quantum entanglement we talked about earlier would be the quickest way. If you can send information faster than light speed, then that would probably be more practical. Regardless, we don't know. We don't know. And so the theory that they come from the Earth itself is as plausible as any. I don't think we know what's beneath the crust of the Earth. We know that the mantle is. We can tell from our grasp of geology that it's of a certain density on average, but it wouldn't preclude a huge, massive hollow complex within that.
I don't know how I feel on the like Shambhala, Agartha, Hollow Earth, Hyperborea thing. But I think it's an interesting starting point, because I think if you look at the Vedas and you look at the Bible and you look at some of the Sanskrit texts from like before anything modern, they talk about similar conceptualizations of there being beings left over from creation. Most people in our circles would recognize them as like the Watchers of Light or Dark from the Book of Enoch. And I've always pondered if that was not like the Atlanteans and like the true Babylonians, like whether or not those civilizations still exist somewhere.
Sure.
Conversely, there's like I've watched the Bob Lazar interview on Joe Rogan and some of his other stuff. And when he talks about the spheres that they were experimenting on that were ancient, they weren't like crashed spaceships. It's always made me ponder whether the aliens are not ourselves, if it is not instances of time travel.
Great theory. And
Always been an option on my mind as well.
Yeah, I've contemplated something along the same lines, like, just based on time, and if there is really even a past or a future, or, who's to say that everything's not happening all at fucking once? You know what I mean? And I think if we better understood time, what it is and what it ain't, we'd be able to start to understand some of the mysteries of fucking UFOs and paranormal activity, like ghosts and shit like that. You know what I mean? I think time is the key, trying to figure out what the fuck it is.
I 100% agree. Let's welcome.
Well, I really liked that analogy earlier.
Okay.
Well,
You finish up,
really liked
Winkler.
that analogy earlier.
Yeah, we were talking about this earlier, Alan.
Yeah, well, I liked the analogy of the human experience of time is like the needle on a record player, and that really calls forth the idea of like, well, if time is a circle, then you could think of eternity as the center of that circle, and that the experienced time just kind of rotates around the eternity.
I want to welcome Laz back. Hello, Laz. And we got a new guy, Michael Colombo. Do you guys have stories to share today? Laz shared some good ones last week.
What's the topic? UFOs?
We were talking about UFOs, paranormal experiences, cryptids, telekinesis, anything you like.
Nothing off the top of my head, no.
All right. Michael, you're just listening? You got a story for us?
Yeah, no, I'm just listening.
Right on. Good to have you. All right. Well, we've been musing on the possibilities of where these sightings could come from. Are they psychic projections coming from within our own psyche, individual or collective? Are they from our own planet, from the bottoms of the oceans or inside the earth? Are they from outer space? Are they from dimensions yet unseen? You think they're spiritual?
I think it's a spiritual thing. Yeah.
Yeah, explain.
I would have to agree.
It's a collectivism that we yet haven't tapped into.
Like
But we
something like Jung's concept of the collective unconscious or something like that.
I don't know too much about that. I just know about my own spiritualism and my own collectivism, and I can feel it.
I hear you. Well, we were talking about religious experiences last time. If you've had a religious experience that you could almost consider paranormal, we'd listen to it gladly.
No, I've had a few, but I've had a few that I was confused about where exactly it's coming from, if it was coming from Christianity or otherwise, you know.
Like a dark influence,
but
maybe?
no,
No?
nothing like that. No.
I don't want to put you on the spot either, but but these experiences that exist at the periphery of our understanding, outside the normality of our lives and the mundane, that's exactly what this show's about. So if you got anything like that, feel free to share it.
The thing I grapple with, man, is, you mentioned experience and like the things in the material world that I experience through my senses. Like, how the fuck can I trust my senses, man? How the hell? Because I doubt everything. Everything I come across, I fucking doubt it because I know that there's always a chance that I could be deceived. Like, I know that there's a chance I can't trust my eyes, my ears, and the messages that the outside world, that I receive through my senses. It's my biggest fear. My biggest fear is being deceived. There's not anything that I know. All I know is that I fucking exist and that Christ is king, and that's all the fuck I know, man. Everything else is questionable.
Brother, you gotta embrace contradiction, because
I don't do well. I don't do well
like
with contradiction.
you know, Christ gathers everything into himself, and that includes all the contradictions, right? So you gotta take one out of his book and embrace how, and this is also true of ancient people as well in shamanic tradition and whatnot, is that they embraced that two opposing things could be true at once, and this is part of the mysticism and the mystery of our human existence.
Yeah, I could dig that to some degree on some at some deeper level within myself that I don't fucking understand.
Alan, I sympathize with you entirely. You said, based on your story before, you're about my age, maybe late 30s, maybe early 40s, right? And so we came up and into this world on riding the very wave of postmodernism, where the media consensus dissolved. It reflected back on itself so much that everything in the news is a simulation, right? Like, that's a lie. Everything the newsman's saying on TV. This is a certainty the boomers can take for granted that we can't. We were born in the most cynical, skeptical age of all time, where no information could be called inherently true, be it the Bible, even. There's so many, the atheists were coming around, be it this or that, and you're forced to make your own hard decisions on what's true and not. um, it's Roderick there called it a feeling of vertigo, dangling above a disorienting pool far below by your fingertips, you know? And that, I think, characterizes our age. This paranoia and this fear of being deceived goes right along with it. You throw in these almost, these unexplainable incidences of the paranormal, and it can leave a guy without any foundation whatsoever. We see schizophrenics rambling, raving on our street corners. I remember one in Vancouver talking to me by a 7-Eleven telling me how Brian Adams had an affair with Princess Diana, leading to her death. And was he right? I don't know. Like, who could know? Regardless, everything blurs into one pool of not understanding, but of general
Man,
chaos.
you just touched on a bunch of interesting things there. So when you start talking about like not knowing what's real and what's not, it's interesting because it makes me wonder if it's like an internalized symptom or an externalized force. I assume a fair number of guys in here are familiar with the book The Sun and the Lightning, correct?
Not myself.
Not me.
Okay.
No, not me.
So
Is
Heard
that
of it.
Savitri Devi?
it's Savitri Davi, yes.
Sorry, I do know her.
Okay. So like you start talking about that and it calls into question like whether or not we actually are in per se the Kali Yuga, or if it is something more of a Jungian nature and there is a collective subconscious and the current zeitgeist of the era is itself intrinsically schizophrenic.
It is. No, I can promise you that the current zeitgeist is schizophrenia. That is the perfect description for the explosion of truth that we witnessed
And
in the
that-
last 6
I mean,
years.
we're in the age of hybridity, so I mean, you can only describe that as mentally schizophrenic.
And then you run into this like interesting thing where like what we call schizo isn't really schizo. Most of it is how do I like articulate this?
Well, how about this? Who we call the schizos are those who dare draw patterns across the general field of chaos.
So I have some opinions on that. Like true schizos exist, and those are the people that we would have called shamans in our European cultures 500 years ago, and they would have been respected, and their wisdom would have guided our people as it had for thousands of years. But most of the quote schizophrenia we see today is actually an incredibly enhanced form of cognitive dissonance between people's innate understanding of reality and the unreality that is forced on them via the Judeo media hegemony. Like people like if you look at like women over 30 and the amount of mental health drugs they have to take because they've been tricked into believing a career is more important than a family, and then
Right.
they're an empty egg carton and they lose their fucking mind.
Yeah.
If you look at the amount of homosexuals that are on mental health drugs because intrinsically they know faggotry is wrong, but they've been groomed into like embracing this deviant lifestyle. So much of the like what we can call mental health issues today aren't things like schizophrenia. They're actually like a internal good wolf bad wolf conflict of what is true baseline reality ingrained in our DNA versus this artificial reality that we're being forced into.
100%.
Like,
And I'll tell you even how that manifests in us and in more normal people. As men, we get our purpose traditionally from going to work and doing whatever. But in our current situation, maybe the better solution is to kind of milk the system, say fuck it, maybe get different jobs, maybe work outside the system. Creates almost the same spiritual tension as a woman without a child.
Yes, and like
Yeah,
the
upside down world.
the it, it's a Talmudic principle. It's called inversion, which is prevalent through all threads of things wrong with civilization currently. But you're very right about that, because it's not just the work aspect of men. Like, work is no longer really work. Like, I have a very good job. It's pretty chill. But most of what I do, like, I started out working in as an electrician in factories, and that led me to learning about IT infrastructure because it paid
I'm
better
I'm an
to
ins-
do
I'm an
that as a
instrument
special.
tech too. I do industrial IT and programming and stuff like that.
And I was charismatic, and that led me into IT sales. And
Mm,
now I work as a telecoms account manager. So,
nice.
like, my job, while it pays me well and it takes care of me and my wife well, is no longer this thing that I get to viscerally do with my hands and my mind.
Mm-hmm.
And I intrinsically understand that that causes a disconnect, which is why all of my free time is spent out in nature doing hunting, fishing, foraging, camping, because I realize without that like touch point of connection, it will absolutely fragment who I'm supposed to be as a person.
Mm. I understand completely. Yeah, and I think you're exactly right. The mental illness of our age is the discrepancy between our natural desires and just this surrogate world as presented. A very Ted Kaczynski kind of take.
Ted Kaczynski was a prophet, and we kill all of our prophets.
That's awesome. We've got a couple new people on the line. Hello. What's your name? Puptar Turkle. Have you got a UFO story for us, or cryptids, or anything like that? Or are you just here to listen? All good.
I do have something that has come to mind. This is from when I was really young, so the memory is a little bit blurry. It was also in a pretty rough time, but it's kind of an experience that, looking back on it, it really feels like a meld between uh, like conscious reality and unconscious reality, like a dream, like a dream.
Mm-hmm.
Um, at this time, I was kind of living, in a woods, basically, on, Vancouver Island. And so this memory is that I had to get out of the house because there was an evil presence in the house. And so I was like 4 or 5 years old at the time. And so I ended up crawling through uh, a tunnel in the walls, and that also went under the house. These tunnels don't exist, but I swear I remember this happening. And it led me to a little door on the side of the house that I poked my head out of, and I could see out across the driveway to the pond that we had. And standing inside the pond was a humanoid figure, but with very undefined edges. And it was like a being of pure blackness. Like, there's a pigment called Vanta black, and it absorbs like 99% of light. It was like it
Mm.
was made out of that, except it was like wispy on the edges. And it was, but even though couldn't make heads or tails of it other than the general shape, I could tell that it was staring right at me, and the presence that I felt was 100% malevolent. It intended extreme harm upon me.
Would it blow your mind to know that I had an almost identical dream and recurring?
Yeah, I don't know. It wouldn't blow my mind, but yeah, it's weird. This is sort of
The
like it it
This is
could have been a dream, but it was so real, so
yes.
unbelievably real.
No, these are extremely common themes in lucid dreams. You'll find a door in your house, and perhaps it leads up. Perhaps there's a staircase you never knew, and you'll find yourself atop third, fourth, fifth story you never knew you had. Maybe it's your house, maybe it's your grandparents' house that you cherished, and in there will be every number of gizmo and gadget, astronomical gear and golden trinkets. Or you'll crawl down and you'll find the hammer man. You'll find layers of basement. You'll find layers of renovation. You'll open a door that you always knew was there but never saw. You'll crawl down and there will be the basement to your house that you just never dared go into. That you see a man, a malevolent entity absorbing all light that fits perfectly with that. This is extremely
never.
This is extremely
thought
common
to-
themes in lucid dreaming.
I guess I must have been so young that I didn't know it was a lucid dream.
Well,
In my teenage years, I just tried to delve into lucid dreaming a little bit and managed to achieve a moment of lucidity once, and then I got rushed over by a wave of like understanding. It was like, oh, whoa, I'm actually aware in a dream right now, and then that was it. I woke up.
yeah, you have to be aware and then embrace it. Oh, audio nerd just joined, and I know he's got some stories this way. We're talking about lucid dreams, and or we're talking about perhaps dream-like confrontations with malevolent entities.
Yeah, like specters.
He'll be in. All right.
Hey, sorry.
So, what you've
Can you
done?
hear me?
Yes, I can. And you've done some lucid dreaming. I know for sure.
Sorry about that.
Nothing
Didn't
to it.
realize I was connected.
All good.
Oh, it's just I just thought I would add on that I was thinking about this dream when you were telling that previous story there. It's by far the most vivid dream I've ever had, and I was on the family farm, which I'm actually at visiting right now. I mean, in the dream, I was on the family farm, out in the yard, where I'm actually visiting there right now. So the dream took place basically right where I am, which is pretty creepy. But it was similar in that it was what I sensed to be an alien standing there, and it was the same thing with it being blacker than black, like it absorbed the light around it almost. It didn't have any reflectivity to it at all. It was just a void in space, but also a creature. And I was trying to chase it down, but I couldn't quite catch it. And in my dream, I was yelling at it, "Who are you? Who are you? Who are you?" And my girlfriend shook me awake then. She said, "What the hell is going on?" Because apparently in my sleep I've been going, "Who are you?"
Do you know the most unbelievable part of that story is that you have a girlfriend?
Yeah, I know, right? Anyhow, I just thought I'd chime in. That's interesting that other people have seen these creatures, because that's what was.
Can we get a show of
unique about
hands?
it.
Can we get a show of hands if anyone else has had a similar experience? Just give us a yup or a nope. All right. Well, I guess it's just us. That's all right. I know exactly what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, we're a special club.
But let's move away from dreams and back into we'll get into the root of the thing. Now I was looking forward to M coming back and telling us some more of her stories. I hope she's still listening. And also our man T, he said he would come back and tell us about his experiences living near to a funeral home. But we were talking about blood. Let's go over it. We've been talking about blood memory. We've been talking about cryptids, Bigfoot sightings. We've been talking about UFOs.
We're talking about UFO.
Tom, you said you were saving a story for about an hour in. What do you have for us?
Okay, this is it's not a UFO story, but it's a great classic paranormal story. So I need to set the background for this. So this happened while I was at university with my my then girlfriend, whom I was living with, eventually who became my first wife, and we had a practice of during the weekend we would sleep in on Sunday morning, have raucous sex, and then go meet our friends for breakfast.
Living the dream.
Yeah. No, that's not the dream part, right? So on this particular Sunday, after we had finished our very raucous sex, she got the Sunday paper, and I finished reading a novel called Death Work, which was a story written by the son of a warden at a prison about 4 executions, right? And it was kind of morbid, but they were describing the executions, and then obviously they described what each of the criminals had done. And one of the criminals who was executed had committed some crimes with a shotgun. And that led me into sort of a stream of consciousness of thinking about, what it would look like if, you did what a shotgun blast would be like. So this is long before CSI, and I'm trying to imagine if I'd come on a scene where someone had done like an Ernest Hemingway and put a shotgun in his mouth and blown his head off, what that would look like if you came in, right? So I put the book down, and I was just trying in my imagination to figure that out. Now, the other thing that I need to say is that I'm not a visual person. The number of dreams that in my entire life that I've dreamed and can remember in color, I can count on 2 fingers, right? So unlike a lot of people, I have great difficulty in closing my eyes and even seeing a color of my choice. This is the exact opposite of like Nikola Tesla, who could use his head like a simulator. Right. So I'm trying to imagine this scene when all of a sudden, for the very first time in my life, never before and never since, I can see this scene. It's like in IMAX, it's like Technicolor, and there's blood splatter and bone fragments, and I'm just sort of looking around, and it's ghoulish and it's terrible and it's awful, but I'm just fascinated because I can see imagination. Right, I'm experiencing, it's no drugs involved, right? And I'm just absolutely aghast but excited, out of my mind that this is what people mean when they talk about imagining things, right? And I'm just taking in the view of all this gory like crime scene that I would imagine coming onto, right? So I'm in this weird reverie, right? When all of a sudden I hear a scream, right? And it's my girlfriend, who's reading, or I thought I left reading the bed in next to me, right? And so I sort of break out of this reverie, and I come back, and there's blood all over the sheets.
What the fuck?
That's exactly, but it was like, what the fuck, 10 exclamation points. My emotions, my mind just goes off the Richter scales, like, what the fuck happened? Was I too rough during sex? Did I, manifest this crazy stuff from this vision I had, whatever the heck it was? Well, it turns out, her period came a little early, and it's a good day to do laundry. All right. Now, that's the first part of the story. Okay. So just to put a placeholder on that, based on that novel and the coincidence and all that, I'd imagined doing an Ernest Hemingway, blowing my head off, and then trying to imagine what that would look like if I came on and found me, right?
Mm.
The phone rings about 10 minutes later. It's my sister. My sister's in Seattle. I'm on Eastern Standard Time. This is like 7 o'clock in the morning, my time. She's 3 hours ahead. So this is 4 in the morning. Right. And she's breathless, right? And I can tell there's something wrong. I says, "What's going wrong?" She says, "Tom, are you okay?" And I go, I'm fine. And I'm thinking, someone in my family's died. What is it? And I says, I'm okay. Tell me what's going on. She says, "No, I saw you. Are you okay? I saw you. You were dead. There was blood all over the place."
Whoa. You had a vision so strong it got shared across to your sister.
Exactly. And my sister, that happened once before when I was a child of 5 or 6 with my sister, where we were having breakfast, and the phone rang, and my mother took the phone on the wall. And my sister and I were having like cereal there at the kitchen table. My mom was serving us breakfast, and my mom's voice changed, and I picked up on it. I didn't know what was going on. And then my sister just looks up from her cereal and she goes, "Jeffy's dead." Right? She just knew, right? So my sister is a bit of an empath and can pick up on stuff. And it turned out my neighbor, who I just played with the other day, had come down with meningitis and had died that evening, right? And the neighbor was telling my mother.
Wow.
So that's a very clear example of a broadcast, if you will, being picked up. And it was obviously strong enough on her part. My sister's not a new age girl at all. She's Phi Beta Kappa, has a hard degree in a hard science, and pretty grounded as a Midwesterner. And
is she single though, Tom?
What? Not anymore.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So yeah, that was one of the events that I've had, and I've had a couple others, but none that were as blatant as that one.
Great stories. I can add on to those a little bit in a bit. I just want to welcome new member to the chat here, Ovchark. Ovchark, did you have any stories you want to share with us tonight? We're talking about the paranormal. We're talking about UFO sightings, skinwalkers, telekinesis, anything you got.
I'm sure I could search the memory banks for something. For now, I'll just look.
Rad. Okay. All right. Well, I've never personally had any sense of premonition much that I'd be able to talk about, but I've heard countless stories like this, and there's even old folk wisdom, a bird in the house, and such things like that. I was just watching that show today, and this is apparently a true story. Before the Titanic sank, a Mennonite minister, I think in Winnipeg, he suddenly told, well, whatever that lady would be in charge of the day-to-day affairs, sort of. He tells her, switch the hymn list for tonight and include number 452. And she's like, well, I've already done up and he's like, no, it needs to be on there and she's like, well, what's that about? And she's like, I don't even know. I have no idea. And they start singing it, and it turns out to be a prayer for people in peril at sea. Likewise, there was many other accounts of people having premonitions that the Titanic would sink, and probably the most striking is that a book was published some 40 years before about a boat. It was 66,000 tons instead of 70,000, but it went 24 knots, and it was declared to be unsinkable, and it was called the Titan, and it uh, sank when it hit an iceberg, and that was written in, I think, 1870s. Now, we all also might be familiar with the fantastic voyages of Baron Trump, a book that came out in, I think, the 1890s, early 1900s, that was about a young Baron Trump who, well, he had many adventures that line up quite neatly with some of what happened in, like, say, 2016. Does anyone have any stories relating to this stuff?
Are you sort of referencing manifestation here?
Manifestation, premonition, whatever.
That's what kind of makes me think that everything that has ever happened and everything that ever will happen is all happening like right now. You know, there's again back to time, like people. You know, I'm aware of the Baron Trump book and the book on the Titan and everything. Maybe you know sometimes the veil is thinner in some spots, and you know people are able to see shit that they can't quite understand. It looks alien or foreign to them, and then they write stories about the shit. I don't know, but yeah, time is a hard nut to crack. That's for sure. I don't know what to think about it.
Okay. On a related note, and this is something we were discussing in the Great White North Book Club, it was of the nature of the soul. But I'd be curious to know what you guys would define a human as. What is the agency that separates us from an animal? And does that tie into the paranormal?
I think what separates the human from the animal, at least for our mortal lives, that this is might be different in any kind of next life, but for this one, would be the ability to turn away from God. And I don't think animals are capable of turning away from the Creator. They just live as they are, as they were designed to be, and yeah, I think it's
Like
just us
like an
that
infant is, just in perpetual grace.
yeah.
Well, animals
So
live in the eternal present, and because humans can think into the future and agonize over it, we can get distracted from our better nature, if you will. Animals don't have that problem. They don't. You've heard the expression, a coward dies 1,000 deaths, a brave man only one. Animals don't. They don't agonize over that kind of thing. They don't have a sense of mortality. They're always in the present, and it's not a hard line. It's there's a continuum between all living and sentient beings, and I don't think we're the top of the food chain.
What would you put above us? And Tom, hold the fort down for a minute. I got to take a quick.
Oh, okay, bio break there.
I would definitely say, like meta. Well, no, it's maybe the wrong word, but sort of higher order beings, right? Like you could say that a city is like a predator of humans. Like a city consumes humans to keep itself going, and it also uses people as tools as well, where you might not be able to see the full picture of the identity or the being of a city. I mean, you can't with a regular person, anyways. But certainly, like emissaries of that being will be sent to you uh, throughout your time, and even ourselves, if we find ourselves unwittingly acting as emissaries of higher level beings.
There's also the view of, and I got led into this, believe it or not, by way of Uncle Ted. Um, Turns out his other more recent books were assisted by a number of professors. One of them, who is a professor by the name of Scribina, who's also a well-regarded and published philosopher, and I guess specializes in panpsychism as well as technology issues. And there's a long history of the notion that everything is conscious to a degree. It's on a continuum, right? And even going back to the Greeks, they talked about this, and a lot of native and mystical traditions talk about even objects have a kind of a very primitive sentience. And if you think
Well, yeah,
about even
everything participates in being. I mean, it has to.
well, and also if you think about what we know about quantum mechanics, just if you take the quantum model of, say, just a simple hydrogen atom, which is probabilistic, meaning we can't really pin it down. How is that really different from a very primitive measure of free will?
Yeah, for sure. Also, something interesting about the probabilistic nature of quantum particles, or like the probabilistic nature of photons and electrons, and the ability to only measure one of their states. What is it? It's like
Heisenberg uncertainty principle.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like you can only measure.
You can measure the trajectory or the
position or its-
velocity, but not both. It
Yeah,
destroys
any covariant variables. Yeah, the way that works is, energy and time, position and momentum, and there's other variables like that, spin and such, that you can know one to any precision you want, but unlike in the classical realm, you can't know both at the same time. That's what's very weird.
If you do know one, it
This-
changes the other. It's because they're smaller than information. If you think about what information is, it has to have a certain size. For instance, in
like a bit.
computation, a bit would be our smallest thing. It would be a 1 or 0. And I think that's about the smallest size of information that we can imagine.
That's what. That's actually a really interesting idea. It might be worth pursuing at some time, because information is a really interesting and really deep idea. It's only gotten traction in the last few decades, but normally it was always physics. But information is something that's very fundamental, and it seems to have a lot in common and intersect with our notions of entropy and some of these behaviors with that we see in quantum mechanics. But it has its own stuff, and it's information is a really weird concept.
Well, I think information is, this conversation has clued me into this, is information is also partly fundamental to symbolism, because human perspective, or our human experience, like, because we are limited, we can only experience something either coherently or completely. So one of the greatest examples of this for any adult beverage enjoyers here is, like, so let's say you're drinking a beer. You can have the coherent experience where you leave the dregs at the bottom and you don't get that nasty bitterness and all the wash at the bottom. Or you can have the complete
cigarette butt, in my
experience.
experience, typically.
Yeah, something like that. Well, it's that there's the identifiable core of something, and it's relatively well pinned down. You can point to it. There is light shed on it, and as you move away from it, things, the complexity expands into incoherence. It's something it doesn't fit. Is probably the best way to put it.
This is actually analogous to very good wine. On the simplest end of wine, you have your sort of maybe modern Californian reds that go for a high alcohol content, and they taste a bit like a very, a potent grape juice, and with about that much complexity. On the medium end, you'd have something beautiful like some Sicilian thing where you can taste all the notes of the soil. And then on the far end, you have your old world wines, like the Greek ones, that you can't even taste every flavor in them, and they might even taste like a bit of a boot. But that in itself, that excess of complexity is the appeal. And it's a very mature way of looking at the world.
It's like a complete thing. You can say, well, this is actually one of the main issues with modernity is and you can see this in the rhetoric of people like what's the guy's name, the CEO of Apple?
Jobs?
No, the current one, Cook, something.
Oh,
Tim Cook.
yeah.
Tim Cook, yeah.
Tim Cook.
People like this, like especially big tech sector people and people in government, is this it's this sort of contradictory desire of theirs to have, well, what they want is they want to encompass everything. They want to have their cake and eat it too. They want to have the completeness, but they have to have it coherent. That's why, they'll say things like, we're creating an open community where everyone is welcome, except, of course, for people like us, right?
Right. That would be Karl Popper and his the tolerance of intolerance or whatever. Or and biblically, it's the Tower of Babel, where you're building a tower to heaven, but that in itself will inevitably collapse due to... I think of it this way. Say you're a Rothschild, and now I own every house on earth. Well, some of you have maybe been landlords. How well can you landlord a house that you don't visit? Not very good. Eventually it falls to squatters. So to control everything on earth in a complete totalitarian sense is basically control fuck all. But realistically, to control what you control. And that's going to be of limited scope.
Yeah.
So as far as to tie that back to information, then we have a limited capacity of control or cognizance in our brain, and the actual true complexity of the world will overfill it.
Yes. And I think it might just be like a fundamental sort of feature, if you will. Not a bug, but a feature of reality that things sort of manifest in that way. It might not even be necessarily that it's just our experience that can only handle, a little bit of it in coherence or all of it in incoherence. It might just be a feature of reality that it manifests either one of these ways.
I'd call it a human limitation. I think God could experience both at once, say, or like the universe itself could embody both coherence and completeness. But us as limited beings, we have to, well, if you're shooting, you dial your scope out or whatever, and you can see more of the field, or you dial it in and you can see a particular part of it more clearly. You can't do both at once.
But where I'm thinking here is that even the universe is a limited being. Right? The universe isn't God. The universe is contained within God.
Mm-hmm.
So even the universe, if you were to assign some kind of being to it, could only, it couldn't look at the face of God and see it coherently. It would be the complete picture of everything, right?
Well, if you're a unitary whole and then you look at yourself, then you are a unitary whole looking at a unitary whole. You've just doubled in size, which is not terribly likely. It comes sort of down to Gödel's notion that any omega consistent system, that is to say, a system strong enough to describe itself, will contain inherent contradictions by, say, taking all of math, putting it into a number, all the results, and then saying +1. It's like math itself. Sorry, Tom, you're echoing.
I'm back. Yeah, I can help with that. It's
Okay.
very similar to the thing in quantum mechanics that no mathematical system, arithmetic, anything, can be internally consistent or complete. You pick one. You can't have both. That's why when Gödel came up with that and formally showed it, it pulled the complete rug out from underneath the idea that mathematics was the foundation upon which you could build absolutely everything. And if it gets even wilder if you try to read a book like The Laws of Form. So it boils down to the mind and consciousness. To do anything, to make a distinction, to create language or any formal system, the mind has to separate this from that. And the elephant in the living room is what is doing the separating.
Fuck me. Well put. We've got our cherished M. Void on the line, and she promised us some more stories. M, welcome.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Yep. Good evening.
We've
Thanks for having me on.
of course, we've gone into the very boonies of consciousness and form and theory and consciousness and mind. Can you bring us down
Yeah, I
to
was listening.
can you bring us back down to earth with one of the stories you promised us last week?
I'd like to say yes, but now that I mentioned Sonora Aero Club, that's still a bit up in the air.
Yeah, do
So
that one.
I don't
Do
know.
that one.
Yeah? Okay,
Tell-
I haven't actually women-splained this one for over a year, so I'm kind of rusty. I have some notes up in front of me now. See if I can find them. In the meantime, though, I will tell the second Algonquin story that I had last week. It's getting a little late and I didn't get to it, but this one happened to me, and kind of tied in with the whole. We were talking about, I think, lost time, things like this. So this was at Lake. No, I'm not going to say the name of the lake. Hang on. This was I was out with my siblings, and it was late at night, and this was like an area that we'd stayed at usually around once a year, every year since we were all little kids. So we knew it quite well, and it's a lake, and it's off the highway. It's not in the interior at all, and it has an island in the middle of it. And we would always be like, okay, should we go spend the night on the island? Canoe over and see what's on there. And we were always like, yeah, we should, and then chickened out every single time. But once, the last time we were there, we actually decided to do it. And so we loaded up a canoe after parents were asleep, and we headed out. And it was like 15 minutes from the cabin, so not too far. And we paddled out there, and when it's all quiet at night, the water's like glass. It's pretty, but it's eerie. So we were on our way, and all of a sudden, all of us are like looking at each other as we're getting closer, and we're like 40 feet away now, and we're like, does anyone else like feel that? It's the dread that I mentioned before. We were all like, what's should we do this? And part of it was like, oh, what if our parents find out and we all get in trouble? But the other part was like, I don't know, just feel like pure terror by the end of it when we were almost at the rocks. And all of us just kind of decided, without saying anything, to turn around and leave and get out of there. And so we were paddling back, and after like 5-6 minutes of paddling, we noticed that we weren't really making any progress. And like, if it was just me, I could write it off maybe as no, you're being crazy, but all three of us were like, why aren't we moving? And it was like that for like a good 10 minutes, in which time we would have made it back to the cabin, but we were going nowhere at all. And, eventually we started quote unquote moving again and we made it back, but that really freaked all of us out and we never went back.
Wow. Do you think it was the lake itself holding you off?
I have no idea because there were no currents, like there's no winds, nothing at all. I have no idea what it was. I don't know. At the moment, I was wondering if it was the island itself. I was like, why did we want to go there anyway? Why were we always so drawn to it? Because we had been there during the day and it's nothing. It's just rocks, some squirrels maybe. But yeah, that was something.
Wow.
So,
And you all experienced that together, your entire family at once.
yes, yeah. Well, yeah. That's why I give it a little more weight than other things that I've seen and felt because we were all thinking why is this happening? But yeah, that was just surprisingly nothing else really happened to me there, especially in the interior, which I'd been into a couple of times without my family, and I figured I was like, okay, now I'm gonna see something. I was on high alert, and nothing the entire time. But yeah, this is the only Algonquin story I've found.
Well, okay, you mentioned something in chat that seemed awfully compelling. I'd like to hear more about that.
Okay, I feel like I need to brush up on it more before I do that, lest I feed anyone any misinformation.
No, it doesn't matter. No one cares. Give us
Okay. All right.
your idea.
Okay, so wait, did I have any notes on this at all, or am I going off the cuff? There was also a crazy thread on this. I think it was like a year or so after I had found out about it. There's this guy T. Benjamin, if anyone knows him.
I
I
might have
forget the
heard the
handle.
name before.
Okay,
That's
yeah, I'll link
4chan,
the thread.
famous 4chan threads.
No, it's on Twitter. But he did a deep dive better than I could ever do, and it might be of interest to you guys. So I'll put that there later. For now, what do we got? Basically, this was it's what got me thinking about it was when you guys were talking about the Titan, the ship, and the Baron Trump and all that. This actually has its own Trump link. Hang on. Okay, so this was in the late 1800s, I think 1890s. There were all these very, very strange sightings of airships, and I think it was over Sonora, which is California at the time. And hang on. Okay, so this guy, Walter Bosley, actually, I think has the most information on it, but he's been tracking back the history of secret flying machines like deep state tech and especially the influence of the Nazi whole like UFO type deal. And so he was basically trying to fill in all the gaps behind what we know about that time in history with all this like crazy whimsical alchemical whatever you want to call it that just people don't talk about. So hang on, what was the year? It was established sometime between the 1850s and the 1900s. I'm going off my notes now. And there was a Prussian nationalist organization called NIMSA, and the link that I had to that is dead now. So that sucks, but...
No, that makes your story so much better. Every good spooky
really?
story should have about 4 dead links. Absolutely. Carry on.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, I agree. Okay, so yes, NIMSA will come up more because there's like all these weird ties with that one to ancient Egypt with the name specifically. But yeah, their whole thing was getting alchemists in Germany together with engineers, I believe, to pursue a unified Germany and also perhaps start the first space program, the first breakaway civilization. And so, hang on, wait, does this one open? Oh, it opens to something completely different. Okay, never mind. We are not clicking on the links anymore.
No, that's okay. How does that tie to the Sonora sightings? You're
Well,
talking about
okay.
Nazis trying to
They sent.
start
yeah.
a breakaway
So,
civilization.
a bunch of these Germans actually moved to Texas and California, and if I remember right, somehow they all met up and they started this thing called the Sonora Aero Club, where they would design these flying machines, and they all ran on some liquid called soup, SUPE. And I can't remember the exact, I can drop some diagrams in the chat later.
Please do.
The exact mechanics of it, yeah, but it was very, very strange. Like the soup wasn't like it wouldn't go in a fuel tank or anything. They would put it on certain parts, like the wings.
I also
or
run on
something
soup.
like that.
That's a brief
Oh,
aside.
don't we all? Yeah, but they had all these very, very strange things. And last year I was getting really into it, and I knew the ins and outs of the drama between the members and like who got stranded on purpose for what reason. But there was this this man who I think documented it. I don't remember if he was a part of it or an engineer or what, but his name was Charles Delshow, and he has these crazy, crazy drawings that are in his own like coded language. It was in his diary, and they were found in the attic of one of his relatives. But he had 13 books and then hundreds of illustrations. Wait, I'll put some in the chat right now, just so you get an idea of just how strange they are. Why can't I click? And you have to deal with me being technologically illiterate while I speak about these things. Wait,
Wow.
are you guys seeing them?
Yeah, no, what's that thing? It looks like a jack-o'-lantern. It looks like a jack-o'-lantern. It looks like a, it looks like
Yeah.
it looks like Jaredowski's Dune.
Yeah, they're just completely like fantastical. But according to his diaries, Top Secret Club of Philosopher Mechanics put these together. And wait, let's see if I can find a summary or something. So his initial drawings were less illustrative and just like technical. I think like the last one I just put in there. Yeah, yes, you found the. Oh, never mind. That's not the thread, but yeah. You can look at the Wikipedia page too. It's pretty good.
This is the Scientific American one you're referring to that looks like a biplane?
Yep, that's right. So those were his earlier ones, and then later they started to get more colorful, kind of like a kid's book. But the Operation Nimza was funding this entire club. So in his diaries, he starts to explain things that happened 50 years ago and explain how the mechanisms worked. He wasn't a mechanic, he was an artist, so that's what I was wondering. But he was one of the Prussians, and he had, as far as I know, the same goals as Nimza and the rest of these guys. But here's another picture. These things were anti-gravity. They didn't require any electricity. And like I said, the fuel wasn't like a fuel that you burn. They were gyroscopes. And let's see if there's more. Hang on. No, that's not him.
I'm going to throw these up on the YouTube for our YouTube viewers.
Oh yeah, go for it. Yeah. What am I doing? Sorry, I keep losing my place. But yes, the gyroscope, just super simple machines, and then wait, what is this one? This one's pretty cool. I'm looking for my favorite one, which has Trump like written across it.
What the heck?
Yeah, let's see if I can find it. But yes. Wait. Yeah, he said that only a handful of them were actually practical. And I think the group was like about 20 to 40 guys, just inventing constantly. And they kept designing until they found a few that worked. And keep in mind, these were like the best and brightest of Bavaria at the time, alchemists and mechanics and engineers. And I know there was some kind of migration to the States, but I can't remember exactly if that was also funded by Nimza or, if they just ended up there and found each other. I'm not sure. But they kept the ideas that worked. They scrapped ones that didn't. And wait, there's so many more. Did I paste this one yet?
I'm failing to share them to the YouTube video, but I'll post a link in the chat.
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
Okay.
I'll post a link in the
I found
chat
the Trump
here.
one. Okay, here you
Oh,
go.
good.
Yeah. So this, oddly enough, ties into the Trump and Tesla stuff and Trump's uncle John G, but we'll get there. Yeah, this was model 4500 Trump. So when he drew this one, he was in his 80s, and his illustrations became like a lot more, like we said, illustrative and less technical. But he was old. We'll let it slide. There's also the cipher, and I think someone tried to break it down. Actually, if I go through my old Twitter, I'll probably find some. But yeah, the cipher is also super interesting. And yeah, the name on the Trump one, according to whoever broke this cipher, is Homer, Homer Trump. And wait, nobody really knows who that was. Hang on. Homer Trump, and then I have a picture of Trump in The Simpsons. Okay, maybe I was thinking something at the time. But yeah, you can have that one too.
All right.
Here you go.
Well, if you
Yeah,
search
Homer Simpson.
anyone
So
curious about this should go look at Cope to Cope AM. If
Oh,
you're
yeah.
if you're watching this in the future, most of the people listening right now will have found it through that. But and if you're looking at this in the future, go to Cope AM. They'll all be posted there. These are incredible.
They're pretty neat.
What's the guy in
Yes.
the Homer and Trump picture with the sign that says "paid"?
Wait, the one I just that's just Trump in The Simpsons. And if it was a year ago and I was, still way into this stuff, I would probably know why I had that. But what was I saying? I'm sorry, I keep losing track with this one because there are just so many little offshoots when you go into the Tesla angle and the NIMSA and all of that.
Okay, tell us about the
It's
Tesla
crazy.
angle. Tell us about the Tesla
Okay.
angle because we were talking about him
Um,
earlier in the show.
mhm. Oh, do you guys hear the coyotes?
Yes.
No.
Yes. No.
Yeah?
Yes. That showed up.
They're kind of weird out here because this is just a side note, but I do hear some strange things out here at night. One of them is coyotes. The other one is garbled voices without footsteps or cars or anything. And there's nothing really around me, so it's just a little curious. But sometimes I'll be like, oh, there are no coyotes tonight after hearing them a few nights in a row, and then all of a sudden a howl like right by my gate. So someone's
Okay,
listening.
just for all our other guests, everyone who's
Oh, yeah.
been on tonight, Winkler's Meat, Alan, Tom Thumb, everyone. You didn't have coyotes howling in the background? Klein, all of you? You didn't have coyotes howling in the background? Up your game.
No,
Up your game.
I don't live in the countryside anymore, so I just have vehicles howling in the background.
Okay.
Yeah, not tonight.
Only gnomes.
Okay. I mean,
What do gnomes sound like?
You have to be tuned into a certain frequency to hear it.
all right.
Think
So
that's a
I find it interesting. It says on his Wikipedia that he was indicated or implied to maybe be part of the Confederacy, and I know in the
Cool.
Civil War they used balloons for observation. So that's an interesting little theory.
Sorry, I'm trying to find the pictures I had of the cipher.
do you have any theory on why one of these would say Trump?
I feel like I knew. Hang on. Trump. Okay, that link is dead as well. The someone did. Oh, yeah. It was an interview on John G. Trump and Tesla Tech and nuclear power and all that. As far as I know, maybe you guys know this too. John G. Trump was in charge of Tesla's papers, that were taken out of his safe after he died, in his hotel room. And he had a lot to do with Bell Labs and Vannevar Bush, if you've ever heard that name. That ties into what we were talking about last time. What with the what was it? The UFO technology is actually, handed off from demons that were summoned by some kind of U.S. experiments in the South Pacific. That's a whole other deal.
No, I think. Well, okay. There's so many threads to pull out
Can we
here.
go on that tangent? That's what I mean. That's why I can't focus
Can
on it.
you pull us on the demon UFO thread?
All right. I had like one long paragraph that I wrote on that. Just that was the TLDR. I wonder if I can find it. But That's another good source for that is that guy Chris Knowles who runs the Secret Sun blog. He collects synchronicities, and you'll see the name Vannevar Bush in there. You'll see Tesla, but his thing was interesting because he named a few military operations that were happening about a year, actually exactly a year before Roswell, and one of them was called Operation Crossroads, which I guess is reminiscent of kind of a trade, right? In stories, when the hero goes on a journey and there's a crossroads, sometimes like there's some kind of exchange that goes on at these crossroads.
Sure,
So
like
this guy's
it's classic
story,
in blues. What's
Yeah.
the guy's name? Robert, the main blues guy. He sold his soul at the crossroads for the ability to play the blues perfectly.
Oh,
And this was
Yeah,
in the
yeah, yeah.
1930s.
Robert Johnson.
Robert Johnson. Thank you.
okay.
Yes, classic story. Or the devil goes down to Georgia.
Right.
Yeah.
Banger. But yeah, he connected that somehow. I think it was something about the coordinates as well that tied in, and that's why, it wasn't as much of a reach as it sounds. To Roswell, because it happened exactly a year later, and he said yes, it evokes the idea of a threshold or a meeting point or a deal with the other side, which I guess we do every time we play with the basic building blocks of reality, right? When we mess with any kind of
Sure, you
nuclear
trade a
right?
small piece of sanity for a piece of esoteric knowledge. You drift further away from the masses who are ignorant of your far
Partially, I would say,
understanding and will never be understood as good. You've sold your soul in a very real sense, but what you've gained in exchange is a deep connective tissue, is a deep fabric that you can draw on to build your worldview. You've now alienated yourself from the rest of humanity, but you might be closer to the truth. And that is the Faustian bargain.
that was beautiful.
I was
Andrew.
just about to say, that when you reach out for that fringe knowledge, for that esotericism, you do, in a sense, become someone more further out. But in the same time, there's a sort of spiraling between the fringe and the center, in that when you acquire this esoteric knowledge, you become one of the inner circle.
M. Void is ducking this entire conundrum by being a pretty young girl.
Okay,
So
there's some
you,
assumptions there.
whatever, close enough. So you can go as far from reality as possible, and everyone will still like you.
Yes, you know what? That is an upside. You get the quirked up, shoddy thing instead of what's wrong with him. I
Right.
do enjoy some privileges in that way.
Right. Maybe even the U.S. Army will hire you to be a
Oh my
propaganda
goodness.
e-girl for
Is everyone
recruitment.
else seeing those like constantly?
Yeah.
It's all over my timeline.
No,
And I
it
feel like
is.
that's part of the art.
It is.
Right?
Yeah, I think they probably
Fascinating.
make the reactions too. Like, stop, wake up. This is an e-girl trying to recruit you into the army.
Absolutely, but you
That's
walked in anyway.
addition. This added on probably in order to make it infiltrate deeper into our ranks.
It's real.
It's
At a
psyops
certain
all the
point,
way down.
they can't ignore it anymore, and so I've seen they try to ironically spin it and sort of gaslight you into believing it. They're just joking.
Yeah. They made that girl in the recent ops reminds me exactly of the girl from Parks and Recreation. Who's the weird girl?
Oh, yeah.
What's her name?
April.
Aubrey Plaza.
Yeah, Aubrey Plaza. It's an Aubrey Plaza lookalike who's basically the 2015 boner of the year. Am I wrong? And they put her in as a soldier, and now she's eating rations. Oh, go join the army. As an ironic joke.
Isn't it so cute the way I eat my MRE?
Exactly.
Come join the army.
Yeah. Yes. So M, on that
To
note,
this
I
date,
have
my only celebrity crush.
M, I have to ask on that note, are you part of the PsyOps division?
I plead the fifth. Now that I'm in the States, I can do that.
That's the worst
Okay,
possible
so
answer.
she's possibly black.
Black. I don't know about that. Green.
No. I've seen a
Fifth?
I've seen a picture of her eyebrow. She's just awfully Greek.
There are pictures of my eyebrows on Twitter.
Your eyebrows are infamous.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, no.
Who's leaking these things? I have to
Joey.
rap on it. Oh my god.
Infamous eyebrows. That's like sounds like an automated, like automatically generated gamer tag.
Prove you're not an AI.
How do you want me to do that?
Say
First,
I hate the
Christ
Antichrist
is
or
Lord.
something.
Is
yeah.
that-
There we go.
Sure. Say you hate the Antichrist. That'll do it.
I do hate the Antichrist.
All right. Okay. So let's draw it back 6-7 steps. What we have here is a series of images done by the Sonora. Is that correct? Sonoma.
Yep, that's right.
Sonora.
Sonora.
Aviation
Yeah. Oh,
Club.
here, I'll type it in. Sonora Aero Club.
Aero Club.
Aero Club. There you go.
And they look like Joe Dusky's Dune. They look like hieroglyphs.
Mm. Oh yeah, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for his code because that's where it talks about this Trump guy, Homer Trump. If I can find it.
What's the implications? What do you think? What's your worldview?
What are the implications? Oh man. I mean, there are so many. I think we were getting into the Tesla/UFO side of it.
Yes.
But you know what? I'm gonna take the easy way out and just link you guys the thread because wait, does it end here? Yeah, I think he did like a bunch of threads that all tie into it. So if you look up this guy's handle and then do that, that's my cop out for tonight. Here. And I think that's like midway through the thread because that's where I was copying pictures. But
Like
yeah,
a
I have to
dog in a
find-
park. Oh, over here, over there, oh, but here, oh, but there.
Oh, it's bad. I know. But for the ADD people out there, I'm your representation, I guess, for tonight. What we were talking about, I think, before we went into the accusations of being an AI, was
Or an
was
army
this
recruitment tool AI, specifically.
Okay. All right. Well,
All women are suspect.
I guess that's fair. These days, fine. You can have it. What were we talking about? Oh, okay. So we were on, I think, Operation Crossroads. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And the way that ties in with this, I guess we'll get there, is Tesla, Vannevar Bush, those guys, Bell Labs specifically, which came up last week, I think. A lot of the locations that they would do these tests at were historically significant. Like I think one of them lines up with Baalbek. Actually, Roswell is, if I remember right, it had some kind of tie-in to the coordinates of Baalbek in Lebanon. But the weird thing about that for me was that they are doing these tests called Crossroads or Trinity or, and 1 year later, like just out of the blue, we have the transistor, which before 1947 was completely unforeseen. Like, it just, we weren't there at all yet. And it would have been a technological quantum leap had we not found the necessary silicon wafer tech in the wreckage of the Roswell crash.
Well, likewise,
So,
microwave,
yeah.
and likewise,
Mhm.
the laser. Those were both
Oh, really?
invented pretty much simultaneously. Yeah. So what a transistor is, if you're ever curious, is a 3 layers of differently charged silicon. You have either PNP or NPN, and how these are made is still a bit of a technological mystery. They're mostly done in Taiwan, but regardless, what a transistor does is it will take in variable current and put out then variable current, so you can use that to make all sorts of tools. in particular all computers. Before that, it was done, say, in like Babbage's time, mechanically, where there's it's many thousands of times bigger. So the first adding machines or computational machines were large calculators done on mechanical gears. Later, you could use vacuum tubes, which are still used in, say, nice amplifiers or something for your guitar. But, or like a cathode ray tube in an old CRT TV. That's not a much different technology. But the transistor itself, these little wafers of silicon, did come out of the blue and are, just as you say, from about 1947. The microwave, similarly, is kind of based on that technology, and it's from the same era. The laser is focusing light through a particular crystal, which filters out all all the light that doesn't go in the exact same pattern. So you're left with exactly light of one wavelength, which has the uses you've seen it done, from a light show to being able to amplify that into a very particular point heat ray weapon. That all came out after World War II, and it did all come out from the same general areas involving Nazi scientists from Project Paperclip and, well, many mysteries. So yes, I agree. That was my very long way of saying I agree with you.
Thank you for the explanation. I would not have been able to do it so neatly. But yeah, the weird thing about this, as we said, was that all of this was from the people who went and wait, sorry. I opened another one, and this one is about testing my links, which ones work. This one is about how some guy named Solomon Andrews tried to involve the Lincoln administration in this airship project, which is curious pertaining to this. I'll link that to you guys too. But yeah, back to UFOs. The transistors, why they're so important, like you just explained, is that they pretty much went on to erase all the size and power limitations on any kind of circuitry, right? And computers or primitive computers that we had at the time. So yeah, that got this whole new age started, and that was thanks to Bell Labs, which later on became Lucent Technologies, and they really like that one little sound, loose or Lucifer or Lucent. These people, Silicon Valley especially, and back at that time, they were full of high strangeness, those guys. But yeah, Vannevar Bush was the godfather, I guess, of Silicon Valley back when it was in that strange heyday. And he was an engineer and inventor, and he had all these quotes that were kind of like, who was it that? Oh man. There was that one quote where it's like, if you take a sip of science, I hate that I forget the name now. You take a sip of science and you're all atheist, and then you find God at the bottom of the glass. He had a bunch of stuff that was like that, and I feel like maybe that's why we don't hear about him anymore. But he was on the board of directors of the parent company of Lucent Technologies, and he headed the research and development program that went through all the material found at Roswell. And I thought that tied in with all the Tesla stuff and the John G. Trump stuff was a little bit crazy. So I can throw some more sources in on
That was Werner Heisenberg.
Ah, yes. Okay. Wait. What was it?
Yeah, it was Heisenberg we talked about
Was
it
it
earlier
really?
in the show. Yeah, the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Yeah, 1932 Nobel Prize
Oh
in
man,
physics.
how convenient. All right. Yeah, well that was I guess the TLDR for the whole UFO deal, and my thoughts on that. Some kind of trade was made, and uh and boom, yeah, all of a sudden we've got computers.
No doubt about it.
Hmm.
Well, I don't necessarily see that an external force would be required for that. If such a property of wafers of silicone was discovered by some enterprising engineers when that sort of thing was well funded in the beginning of the Cold War, then that would lead to the exact same transformation as we saw. That said, it did accompany a lot of other crazy leaps in technology, and you can't rule out an outside deal or an outside force. What I've noticed,
Indeed.
let's I just noticed we got a new guy in chat. His name's Chakra, and I'd like to ask if you'd like to tell a UFO story or anything like that. Skinwalkers, anything, any paranormal
Yeah,
experience?
yeah, for sure. I'd love to.
What do you got for us, bud?
I well, so I spend a lot of time camping. I'm a backpacker, and I spend a lot of time in the woods. And I often go out in the woods on my own, which is not recommended. But and I don't like doing it so much anymore after a couple of experiences that I've had. I'm from the prairie, and in the prairie is often overlooked because it's kind of the middle of the colonial period. There's less interesting things than what happened on the east or west coast, but
What part of the
there's
prairie? Are you in the
still
States?
yeah, from
Okay.
Chicago originally.
Oh, nice. I'm a Saskatchewan boy myself from Canada.
Nice. I love the northern prairie.
Go on.
Sure. So there's a lot of things that happen out, particularly in areas like the Dakotas, and often they are just your eyes playing tricks on you. The muscles in your eyes move in certain ways when they react to light, and they make you think that there are things out there that are not there. But last time I was out in the Dakotas on a camping trip in the Badlands, um, I saw, I don't know what to call this, and I don't know how to describe this other than it reminds me of the creature uh, from Marvin Martian, the Gossamer creature, the big red guy. Very high waisted, very long limbed sort of thing that I've heard stories about this thing from old farmers before. Old farmers like to tell stories all the time.
Wow.
But this is one of those things that
Can you
they kind of seem a little
describe
mystery,
this high-waisted red man in detail?
yeah. So it reminds me. I'm not certain what biological clade it would fall under. If I had to guess, it would be a primate, and maybe it would be some sort of not a near human ancestor, but somewhere in that family. Uh, but I only saw it for a couple of seconds uh, before it darted off, and I only saw the faintest outline of it, and it was at night. But I would describe it as being probably about 7 to 8 feet tall, very, very coarse hirsute hair, the kind of hair that looks like it serves as armor, rough hair,
Yep.
and dark, tawny brown. And the most striking feature, other than the long arms, which are, despite being very uh, thick in build, the two striking features were the length of the arms and the length of the legs. And then the arms reminding me something more akin to an orangutan rather than a gorilla, and the legs just this unearthly, almost elf-like sort of thinness and terminating in the pelvic area that seems higher up than it should be. Which, when I think about it, it seems like a primate, but it also seems like some sort of high strangeness, extra dimension. What I would expect a high strangeness, extra dimensional creature to report as.
Hmm. Did Was this sighting accompanied by any particular emotion of dread or weirdness or?
Definitely dread. Definitely the feeling that it knew that I was there, uh, and the feeling both before and after of being observed. Sort of that feeling you get when you take the trash out at night and it's too quiet out and you want to get in and get out very quickly. And
Wow.
I'm a pretty experienced outdoorsman. I've grown up in the woods. I don't go outside unarmed ever, uh, almost no matter where I am. And I don't mind being alone in the woods, and I still don't mind being alone in the woods. But this was something about the prairie's openness makes you let your guard down because you have these long sight lines. And I think after my whole life on there now on the prairie, I think it's a different kind of threat than the woods, and it's not necessarily a place to let your guard down.
That's so. Did you tell people about this after your encounter?
I've shared this story. I'm an old time X lurker. I haven't been on X in quite some time, but I've shared this story a few times on X, and I've seen uh, similar reports in Texas, in the West Texas region, which is very far from the Dakotas, but it's still in that general band of between the west bank of the Mississippi and the eastern shores of the the rivers in the Rocky Mountains,
Hmm.
like the Colorado and the Missouri.
You know, that seems to be a particularly active band of sightings.
Yes, yes.
What's your
Between
theory?
that,
What's your theory on what you saw? What's your idea of what happened to you there?
I don't think that it's. I believe in things like Bigfoot and near human primates that are still exist in relic populations, particularly uh, in East Asia or in West Asia. I don't think it was that. I think it was uh, something hostile. I don't want to say that it was related to things that I think are going on with the government in the area, things like underground bases and things like that, but certainly something that was potentially not of this world, uh, and definitely not on Team Human.
Hmm. So you don't know what you saw, but you know you don't think it was related at all to anything in the area.
No, no, I don't think it was indigenous.
And you
No.
say it was accompanied by a feeling of great dread.
Yes.
Okay. I don't know that we can extract any more facts than that.
No.
We
No.
earlier on in the show we talked about many possibilities of where these sightings could come from, and it's shocking how many people have them.
Hmm.
Now, we talked before, are they from our own psyche? Are they from our own consciousness? Hmm?
Definitely a possibility.
Yes.
Definitely.
Or are they from outer space? Are they from inside the earth?
I think so. My belief, Plains Indians in particular, but many Indian groups uh, think of rocky areas
Mhm.
as being places where the borders between worlds ebb thin. Um, this is an especially common thing in areas with a lot of caves, like South America, where people believe caves are an entrance to the underworld. Uh,
They are.
I think yes, yes, I believe they are too, and I think that this particularly craggy, uh, rocky area of the Dakotas is possibly, they say avoid boulder fields
Mhm.
is one of those common David Paulides type of lines,
Right.
uh, and there's I think there's something to that, and I don't know where uh, necessarily those go, but I don't whether it's inside the world or extra dimensional or to some other planet or something.
We heard
But I
about
definitely think
stories of
it's
the Fae last time, like don't walk under an arching branch or into one of these mushroom fairy circles.
exactly. I think
Okay.
it's in that
Does
same
does it,
family.
does anyone else on this call have any theories on what we've just had shared with us?
Well, I wonder, just, to add another theory to the nice, lovely, muddy pool we've got going about Bigfoot and other such related creatures is the possibility of being a sort of holdover from the time of the Nephilim, when all other sorts of wacky creatures roamed about the earth in larger numbers.
That reminds me of one of my favorite tweets, which is about the uncanny valley, about the discomfort that humanoid robots produce, where it represents something in our psyche that is uncomfortable with something that appears human, but we know isn't human,
Which
which I think is
sort of what that particular 4chan post surmises means we evolved at some point to be able to identify something that was not quite human and be terribly afraid of it.
Seems like an implanted idea.
Good to have you back
I
here.
mean, I don't know, the
Sorry,
uncanny valley
sorry, I'm late.
certainly is something myself and I think many others have experienced.
Yes, undoubtedly.
I mean, there certainly is the possibility of people either just for fun or for malicious intent, him adding a little spice to the idea and implanting it in people's minds. But I do think it is a real phenomenon.
Yes, without a doubt. FIM, FYM. We had you here last week. Do you have anything to add this week? You got any new stories for us? Or any comments on the stories we've been told?
Nothing so far. I admittedly am coming in a bit late, so I understand you guys were talking about Bigfoot, and it seems like the paranormal stuff is continued, which is exciting. It is an interesting topic. Like, I don't know the answer to it. I know there is something going on that people are experiencing, and I've experienced myself, but I'm not sure what I'm more concerned about what kind of narrative they want to spin it as to make us believe in something that it isn't. It's kind of my angle at it.
Well, whatever your paranoid delusions, whatever your fantasies of interconnectedness, I hope that everyone in here can recognize this as what it is. It's a meeting of the minds. and a random collection of men who have ascertained their open-minded priors by being able to question, say, something like the JQ, and then apply that across the board onto the ephemeral questions of the paranormal. And so I don't think there's anyone more qualified to talk about it than us. The
Open minds do help to be able to think about this kind of thing.
Right.
I see what you're saying there.
Well, and furthermore, no one here seems to be religiously or say like fervently beheld to their experiences. They're submitting their experiences as things that happened and things that we must take into account in order to account for the entirety of human experience. And now this will go beyond not only any mainstream narrative, but any polite topic of conversation. This is a late night October topic, and this is where you probe at the edge of your consciousness to see what drums up and what exactly you're missing and what exactly the gorilla in the back of the ball tossing video that you haven't seen. And so I think we all appreciate it on that level. Now, we've had many people call in, which has excited me, about orb encounters with UFOs. And we've had many people call in about the triangle encounters with UFOs, those massive and usually typically mass sightings. We've had people call in about Bigfoots, and including extremely sober Navy encounters, seeing them off the shore. And I'll have to look back at the footage to see who said it, but a perfectly sober Navyman he said he saw someone do a timber toss, 40 feet at his ship by a Bigfoot. And we've seen the coincidences of consciousness, of dreams. Now, all this is prohibited. All this is exactly the sort of thing that will get your mom to tell you to shut up at a Thanksgiving dinner. And that's precisely the topics we'd like to explore. So I will open the floor once again to anyone who wants to share any more extraordinary experiences that they've had.
May I say, have you guys experienced you just kind of triggered me on a certain topic with what you were saying there. Collective consciousness. Like, have you noticed when people around you are on the same wavelength and the same topics, etc., odd things happen. I don't even know how to explain it. Like, odd things happen that happen to the others as well, but on a different timeline. It's the same timeline, but it's like, it's just as long as you are all aware of what direction you're going, and it's in the direction of good, ideally, then there seems to be a collective consciousness that is growing amongst the people. And I feel like I sense it. Like, you could call it the unveiling or apocalypse, whatever you want to call it, but it seems to be some type of collective consciousness is spreading amongst people organically. It's not just influence anymore. It seems to be bigger than that.
Explain further.
If you understand. Well, it seems to be like, let's just say, like, I'm where I am and I'm having the same thought, I'm having the same idea on how like governments run, right? And I'm just waking up to it. I'm just like, nobody's helped me. I'm just coming to this conclusion. And then a friend of mine who left my neighborhood, let's say, and went to college in the USA or something. And then he randomly messages me the same exact thing, like my train of thought. Let's say I'm talking about, let's make it simple. I'll be polite. The LGBTQ situation that's going on in a lot of our countries now. All of a sudden, it just hits you for some reason, right? And then a friend across the country, across the continent, messages you slightly going, hey, have you noticed this? Could it be just they're pushing it all at once everywhere? Or is it just this collective consciousness that seems to be awakening from the veil that was pulled on their eyes? They're just not buying the lies anymore. Maybe that's too much.
No, I'm with you. And personally, I would not ascribe anything paranormal to that phenomena. I would say if the New York Times is pushing every day an article on how trans is a thing, then a certain amount of people are going to go, oh, I guess trans is a thing now and this is a thing we got to accept. But an equally certain amount of people are going to go, well, what is it? What is it? You know, like they're putting these, and in fact, you could call that a form of mind control in itself. That they know that as many people will disagree as agree, but that they then shape the dialogue by putting that into the conversation. So they don't care if you agree or disagree with trans, as long as trans is what you're talking about.
Right. Like it normalizes it.
Yeah.
Even though you feel like you're opposing it.
Yes. Yeah. If we could push Holocaust denial into the mainstream in that same way. Well, we saw that this week. We saw Kanye question Jewish power in the entertainment industry. And we saw the media's reaction to that.
Right. It makes me wonder why they fed us that. I actually have a theory on that. If you want me to ramble another.
Please do. I'm going to have to miss the first 30 seconds of it because I got to take a quick break.
Okay, I hope it's worth it then.
Yeah, hold it down.
Yeah, I have a theory on the whole Kanye West, Candace Owen. She came out with a documentary that was suspiciously titled, very similar to some other titles of documentaries I'm sure some of you know, if you haven't noticed. But look up the title and then just laugh if you haven't noticed. But so what I look at it this way. The week before, they're always going to try to cover up with the week after. So what happened the week before the Candace Owen, Kanye West? Candace Owen is just a pawn in the whole thing, but Kanye West situation. We had the rise and the attempt at destroying, I'm going to call it a right-wing populist leader coming to power, which they called a fascist. And it was the first female. And of course, that doesn't help us all. But anyway, what I'm getting at is we are living in a time, whether you like it or not, in North America, of females have more to say than you, unfortunately, and me. And by what I mean by that is they have more ears that are listening and willing to accept certain terms, right? If you understand what I'm saying. They're willing to listen to more of their speeches. So what happened, in my opinion, is we had a female leader come to prominence, very, very passionate speaker, very passionate. And the last thing the North America needed to the rulers and whatnot was a bunch of soccer moms Could you imagine this? Because they're losing to a female vote. Keep in mind, a bunch of soccer moms getting inspired by this person to speak up for their people, to speak up for their nation, to speak globally, everywhere, just speak up because the men aren't doing it, or at least they're being demonized when they do, and then they're destroyed by the media. So we're at a point where, I know this is a hard pill to swallow. We're at a point where we're going to have to accept that this might be a direction we need to go to get the momentum back. And I think that's what was happening potentially. At least they're always ahead of us. Keep in mind, they're always ahead of us. So they could have controlled it. I understand some of her quotes talking about Zionism and Israel, whatever. But I'm just saying, the last thing they need is a bunch of soccer moms coming to power, getting inspired by this person, and then the very week following that, the whole thing is buried in the media. Nobody talks about it anymore. And now it's about Kanye West, an African American who is wearing a White Lives Matter shirt, and he's taking all these donations, and now he's claiming he's giving it to African American communities. Why is that? Is this this is a psyop. We're living through the psyop because I think we didn't capitalize on the thing that happened before, which they tried to control. Keep in mind, they're always in good control. So they had to feed us this to stop that potential rise. If you understand.
Look, no, and this is where I'll disagree with you. I don't believe they're in perfect control. I don't believe perfect control is a possibility. I believe Kanye is a wild card, and that they've done a piss poor job of containing his comments. Now,
why did it come to prominence the week after an actual political leader came to prominence?
do you mean Tulsi Gabbard?
Like,
who are you talking about? Sorry, I was pissing at that point.
the Italian lady.
Oh yes. Well,
why?
You know
why
what?
Did they try to demonize her, and then the following week not talk about it, and then all of a sudden the African Americans wearing a White Lives Matter shirt that he's donating the funds to.
I don't,
black communities.
I don't, and I refuse to believe that they have this perfect control over it. I believe they have to respond to events, and that they just have so much more capital and ability to do so than we do. I think there's every week that I've ever been in the dissident right, there has been some event that could be considered, a chance to wake up the normies. Maybe, this week it happened to be an election of a woman who was on our side. But the week before it could have been, who can remember 2 weeks ago?
Tulsi Gabbard is a new one.
No, that's a new one. But a couple of weeks before that, it could have been the parents in Dearborn protesting the trans drag queen story hour, whatever. Or it could have been this or that. To me, that's too much of a coincidence, and I refuse to ascribe Kanye's actions to the elections in Italy. Now,
I agree with that. It's not even so much about that. It's about their ability to capitalize on a negative, essentially.
Okay.
Like they'll turn it into a win for them.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. Okay. But okay. Yes. And I agree. And this has always been their game. However, they have lost the monopoly on that. Since 2016, when everyone became cognizant we're in a postmodern world, and that we're choosing our narratives, and that we are aware we're in a simulation. Look at Joe Biden. Roderick talked about Reagan as a perfect postmodern president. Let me just finish this.
Just jump in there.
Yeah, jump in.
On the narrative side of like postmodernism, people realizing that we choose our narratives. People are realizing once again that we exist in a narrative.
Yes.
whether like you have to.
There are
exist
no
in it, and
normies.
people are realizing.
There are no normies because everyone realizes we are choosing narratives, except maybe the dumbest fucking boomers.
The the modern age was the the cynical. You could think of it as like the cynical people who believed that they were above religious notions, above symbolism and whatnot, viewed it all as archaic. And now in that sort of that postmodern, we're kind of coming full circle again. People are realizing that okay, stories are real. We live in stories. So yeah. Anyways.
100%.
Well, that's kind of my point too. If they are being controlled by a storyline, and then we are feeding into a storyline that opposes them, what makes us think that we are ahead of their story? Like that's why I have a problem with accelerationism sometimes. Do we really think we can out-accelerate the people who are in control of this whole system?
Look, no,
I think it potentially might be a psyop, right? It might
I have
be
I have the perfect hopium for you.
I don't need hopium. I just feel like you go ahead with your hopium, but
But you're afraid. No, let me lay out Fim's dilemma here. He's afraid they're so far in front of us that even our reactions will be predictable to them and the desired result of what they're putting forward.
Okay. I just feel like from what I've seen, it looks there is some organic pushback to what they do. It's just, use the Canadian convoy, for example. That was all organic, but it got hijacked.
No.
It got hijacked.
It wasn't, look, it wasn't organic. The entire convoy, based on my at least insider at the Ledge, it was somewhat funded by the conservative faction against the progressive conservative faction of O'Toole. It was
to a degree,
but also it had organic legs because it lined up with
organic.
It did line up with the desires of the populace.
It lined up with. Yeah, I see your point there. The progressives against the conservatives, but it did it didn't start out that way, right? Is my point.
The sentiment was organic, and I agree with you.
Right. And then it became a money business, and then BJ Dichter fucking disappeared, and then a whole bunch of other people got arrested. So it's just the same story over and over again. That's a thing. That's my biggest concern about everything. I'll try to word it better. From what I am seeing throughout history is we are removing certain individuals from our societies, and then we let them back in, and then it gets worse, and then we remove them again, and then we let them back in, and then et cetera, et cetera. And I am concerned that this is going to come to a point where we are going to do it again, which isn't necessarily bad, but I feel like what's been happening is we are demonizing the wrong part of that population who we can victimize, and we do. And then the people calling the shots are willing to let that amount of their population be victimized, and then they just pretend like, yeah, do your thing, and then they come in as a Trojan horse, and we let them in, and that keeps happening over and over and over again. And that's my biggest fear, is we're gonna get to a point, we have the Kanye thing going, we have fucking all this shit going on, I see the victim cards being pulled out, I see them all being laid out, and they're gonna use it as a currency to fuck us if we're not careful.
Well put, an interesting line of thought. Winkler.
Right. So on that, I
Sorry
had
for
it.
There was a
sorry
lot.
for
There was a
swearing
lot.
there.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
No, swearing
Oh,
doesn't
right.
matter.
Yeah, it's about our values represent the core of a healthy and normal society when the world is right side up. Would you'd agree with that?
Yes.
Right.
Of course.
And
Yeah.
so the people in control now are the outside. They're the fringe. They're represent. They have values that are incorrect to a healthy society.
Let me just
And the reason
note,
why
it
they're
would
in
be typical.
control.
It would be typical for any elite to be self-serving towards their own power and wealth accumulation. What's unique about today's situation is that not only are they doing that, but on top of it, their other values are completely antagonistic towards us and our way of life.
Yes. So what we live in right now is upside down world. We live in upside down world. But what that means is that our values, our views, the core, the center, has become like the fringe. Has become we're treated as the fringe. But the fringe has a power in that it is capable of what's the word I'm looking for here, of causing disruption to the central power structure.
Sure, you could
It's
look at
the
Talib
fringe is
Nassim
capable
or
of.
whatever and his 10% minority overthrowing everything. You could look at punk rock as being simultaneously a fringe cultural movement and also mainstream. You can look at a lot of conditions like this. The fringe tends to dictate the mainstream.
Well,
Yeah,
I think they
the
control the
fringe
fringe
has
now.
cultural power, right?
And
The
it,
fringe is where
yeah.
transformative power lies. And so for us to have, the view, like the values of, what's the word? Not stasis, but something similar to that. To be on the fringe means that, the ball is it's in our court. It's their game to lose.
Right.
But they'll let us lose, right? They'll feed us the false information. They'll mislead us. They'll propagandize us to lose the game for them. That's the trick. They need us to lose to throw in the towel. That seems to be the trick.
No, you
They
guys,
need to-
you're both missing it.
Okay, go ahead.
You're both missing it, and it's simply it's Baudrillard. It's the postmodern trajectory. What Winkler described is perfectly and accurately descriptive of postmodernism that occurred between 1945 and 2016. What we have now is, call it intellectual neo-feudalism. We exist in these chats of 10 people. We exist in these factions of 1 or 10 or 50. We exist in this completely shattered glass. There's no media narrative. The people who believe the mass media consensus are just a small faction. In fact, they're smaller than us. Us weirdos who are like Nazis and shit, we're bigger than the boomers who believe in the mass media consensus as we form it.
Who we were told are driving the general vote. Yeah.
But we're also smaller than maybe Pete Davidson fans or something like that. Or I don't know who that is. I don't even know who that is. I just heard that name today. But we're probably smaller than K-pop fans. You know what I mean? Like
I know
what has happened is that media and the mass narrative is fractured into 10 million pieces. And so the Jews and the mass media consensus is one of those pieces. And they still have enough residual power that they can kind of like seem to be more, especially with like buying bots or like
Oh,
or
dude.
censoring
Dude,
dislikes on YouTube or this sort of
if
thing.
anything, there was a half a ball, and they shattered the other half, and they're still hovering above us.
Right,
with the other
right.
half.
But it's just because of like sort of old kind of like habit that we kind of
Yeah.
view them as any kind of power. But we know they're not. And that's why they removed the YouTube dislike button. That's why they remove. That's why if you go on Social Blade and look at the CBC likes dislikes ratio, you'll see that we outnumber the boomers 100 to 1. The truth of the matter is that there is no consensus, that we are just one small fragment, that we are one piece.
Right.
We are one piece of the stained glass mosaic that now comprises the truth, and our truth is on better footing, because before it was against this monolith, and now it's against a bunch of equally sized pieces of stained glass.
So you're telling me we have a chance?
I'm telling you, we have the best chance, because as National Socialists or realists or people who we're white men, we are the most capable of taking our esoteric thoughts, our Highway 88 late night podcasts and UFO stories, and turning them into a worldview and turning them into an ethos. And creating out of that a worldview and a community and building roads and engineering PNIDs that we can build factories to turn fucking canola into fucking destructive seed oils. We have all that power.
A train of thought.
Yes.
A train of thought.
We are the movers. We are the agents. We are the agents of civilization.
Right.
Right.
We got to bring that power back to people, and we got to make them realize this is what made us what we are, and we have forgotten that.
Right.
We have somehow forgotten that, and we have been willing. And this isn't so long ago. All of a sudden, it's just like China they're everything. They build everything all the time, and it all sucks, and we all buy it, and we need one every month.
But they're imitators. They're imitators. They're just,
of course,
they're working off the residuals of the Nazi powered American hegemony.
Right.
Which could call modern Western civilization. Yes.
Yeah. Which you could argue we are allowing. That's where self-accountability has to come into play. But at the same time, how can you have self-accountability when you had 2-3 generations before you fail and then raise you in that world? That's why I have some pity for the older generations compared to other people that want to shit on them, which I agree. They did shit the bed. But we have a lot more information now, and the tides are turning. And this isn't going to go on forever, guys. Like, we are going to win, and we are going to get on top again, and we are going to fucking figure this out. And that's just the bottom line.
So I kind of want to circle back a little bit, Fim, to something you had brought up earlier about like collective consciousness or collective unconsciousness of people kind of, going down a thought pattern or like a thought line, train of thought, and then somebody, on the other side of the country doing the same thing like the next day and bringing it up. I think in this, age of disintegration, as we're witnessing, postmodern age, right? All of these different factions and stuff is there's all these little micro power vacuums, or like authority vacuums, you could say. And so like new clans are genuine clans, right? Like think of your local group of people that you do activism
Absolutely.
or active
Well,
club or
Winkler,
whatever.
Winkler, if you told me tomorrow that you're like, we're riding out, get on your horses, I would be like, Winkler, I'm right behind you.
Yeah. And and so this is actually one thing, maybe a twinge of paranormal to it. I don't know. I'm trying to bring it back a little bit. Um, we've got these clans forming, and there's, your locals, and that's certainly, the more real, concrete sense of a clan that is forming. But then also we've got this that we're experiencing right now, which is that, the sort of the spirit of The Wire. I watched Serial Experiment Slain for the first time, and that was certainly a trip. But
Is
maybe
that the anime
there's
where
some.
they time traveled based on the IBM 5000?
No.
No, I'm thinking of
Steins Gate.
Steins Gate. Sorry.
No, I don't know. That one's
Serial Experiment Lane is
yeah.
like the hacker anime.
Kinda, yeah. Well, it's like the spirit of the net is like physically manifests as some girl, and she's like kind of concocted this reality for herself, and everybody has to like deal with it, and they don't want to have to deal with it, but I won't spoil how it resolves. But
That sounds
I
awesome.
think it's a great show, but I think there's maybe some sort of magic that is happening like that, where we're being, I mean, definitely the racial component plays a major role in it. Definitely aids things. Definitely adds some some lube to the conduit, right?
Yeah, some more AIDS than
Um,
others.
yeah. But the spirit of The Wire, you could say, is sort of connecting us across vast distances on much deeper levels than I think we realize.
Well, I never would have met you guys if it wasn't for Telegram.
That's kind of one of my major points. Like we want to shit on the older generations justly, but at the same time, you could argue no matter how much programming you feel or may not feel we're going through right now, they went through worse because they didn't have an outlet to get other information from. Everything was the TV or the radio. Everything, all of it.
Yes.
From 1960 to fucking like 1995.
The Matrix, The Matrix as a movie only makes sense in 1996.
Right.
The
okay.
everyone swimming in their amniotic sacs of fluid, being fed the same information. That no one could believe that nowadays. It's 1,000 matrices.
Well, that's what's funny about it, eh? It's like I don't like the Matrix stuff. I believe we are living in reality, but I understand the like theory. I understand the idea behind it because originally our grandparents were all raised in that.
Right, and they still are. They still are. It's like fun.
Still are.
We still
Exactly.
make
They're
fun of them. We're
trapped.
like, you fucking boomers. Like, you still believe like all these Ukraine flags that popped up or something right after they were.
Exactly.
Even we're like, oh, we finally clued you all in on COVID, and then the next day they were all like, okay, Ukraine though, and we're like, you learned nothing.
The next day, it's Kanye West and Ukraine racial tensions. Like now, nobody cares about COVID. Meanwhile, we were yelling at them for 2 years, right? So they're still in that matrix. They see. You could argue they see our world, like it's like we're across the street from them, and there's like a water wall, and they can see their reflection, but they can see us. But they keep choosing their reflection, and more are coming across the road, right? So it's just a matter of time. Like, we're not going to have this forever, guys. By the way, like this whole let's discuss things on Telegram and think things through. I'm
Yeah, we
surprised
will.
we still
no,
have it.
no. It'll get better. It'll get better. That's where you're
You
wrong.
think?
Yo, I
I like
guarantee.
your attitude.
No.
I like it.
Oh no. Do you want me to explain in extreme autistic detail why?
Does this
No.
have to do with the what's stenography?
Well, kind of, but that's
Well, they
just
can't
one.
Is it related?
That's precisely, and that's just one piece of the puzzle.
That was a great post, by the way.
Here is actually my best example of why we three and listeners, whatever, will always be able to discuss this freely. Have you ever seen the version of the Happy Merchant that is just 3 dots?
Yeah, yeah.
So if we can convey that level of information and inference in that minimal amount of information, can they ever censor us?
Oh, hang on. 3
For
dots.
careful.
Have you
Happy
ever?
Merchant.
You've never seen the 3 dots?
UFO sighting. 3 dots.
No. Have you never seen the 3 dots? Happy
in the
Merchant.
sky.
Can someone? I can't. I'm not. I'm too drunk to find it right now. But could someone please post in the chat the 3 dots Happy Merchant?
I'll check.
Look, information. They can't. How you know how they hid political information back in the Middle Ages and stuff? The grimoires. That's where this witchcraft and occultism somewhat comes from. A lot of that was political treatises. A lot of the. If you look, I know sticks, hex, and hammers. Cringe. But he's right about his old grimoires, and he's put a good amount of study into them. And what a lot of them were was political treatises hidden as kind of like almanacs. Like, they cannot. Information is almost infinitely immutable, since they have created a method of exchanging raw information in infinitely mutable form. We win. That's all that means. Because all we're concerned with is the ultimate truth. Okay,
You
that's...
have to be careful with the term, though. Everything I looked up points to certain demographics being very meanie pants, let's call it, towards other demographics.
Yeah, okay. The one you just posted right now in the chat is like 500 more dots than is required.
Holy shit! Yeah, I didn't even. Yeah,
You just need 3 dots.
that was my point. You proved my point.
They can't censor
But, yeah.
us. Because if they...
But you're right. Yeah, I see where you're going with it, though. Like, we're gonna always be, whatever you want to call it, thirsty to inform ourselves and others. Therefore, we will always seek avenues to do so.
Right.
But that's not everyone at the same time. But at the same time, we could be, dude, this whole conversation right now could be waking up someone to, like, dedicate some time to doing it, right? I'm a big believer in it's about the listeners, it's not about the talkers. You know? If you're feeling what I'm saying there. Like,
Well,
it is and it isn't, you know what I mean? Like,
speech can be magic. I mean, that's
It all-
really that's what
speech
magic is.
is
Traditional
magic.
magic is.
Speech is
it
magic.
is magic. Yeah, you gotta find that person that's able to, like, in my opinion, like, I don't want to, like, I could do it. I know I'd be destroyed.
Look,
in the media
listen,
within like 3
wait,
weeks.
well, hold up.
I need someone to, anyway, sorry, go ahead.
Let's explore this concept of magic. And anyone who's still listening, I'd urge you to chime in. Magic is reciting an incantation and having it affect the world. So I'm an engineer.
Precisely.
I take the conceptual and I put it down. I make a drawing of it, and that drawing I sell. And then I've sold a concept, and they build that concept into reality. An artist does the same thing in a slightly more abstract way. They take the conceptual and they put it into the reality of the earth. They take some image in their head and they make it a real painting or a real like form, right? Like that is true magic, is taking the conceptual and making it real. Manifesting. Now, manifesting is extremely easy and extremely difficult. You have to have a clear vision, and then you have to clearly articulate it on some medium. When I draw a PNID, which is a process and instrument diagram, it's still an abstraction that someone has to further manifest into maybe like a materials list, which then gets sent to a bunch of builders that then like actually manifest it into a physical factory. Magic is the art of manifestation through will. Will is the ultimate function of a true human being. What separates us from the animals is our ability to take our will and manifest it into the earth. So, what I say to us is we are actually the last magicians. White men, not the bug men, not the cucks.
We're the 300 never died.
The 300 never died. We, in the alt-right...
Our opponents can only perform black magic.
Right, which is illusion.
All
it's
they can
deception.
do-
All they can do is imitate.
It's a trick, right? That's the biggest part. Once you see it, you see it. And I'm seeing a lot more people see it lately. A lot more.
You see, here's
Just
the thing that
just
that we
normie
have to
people, by
do.
the way, which is exciting.
Yes.
The thing about, you know, normies or normal people is that the good and bad thing about their nature is that they do more or less what they're told. If society is going in a direction, if the winds are blowing a certain way, that's the way they go.
They're a computer.
And it's
if you program your
yes.
computer good, it'll do good things. If you program it to do evil things, it'll do evil things.
It's up to us. You know, as Bowden would
Right.
say, we have to be a vanguard. We have to be a vanguard. We have to point the way. We have to
Yeah,
show them how
right.
it's done.
And we have to, not to be like rude, but we almost have to take them under our wing in a manner without them realizing it.
Yes.
We can't turn our
Yes,
back
the
on them.
True
I'm not only
aristocratic vanguard
Noblesse
controls
oblige.
things. Controls
Nice.
things from the shadows. And it's not sinister to be in the shadows necessarily. It's
Not
just
if
that it's more effective to show the proper way from a place that is hidden.
Why would I give a shit if it's in the shadows? I would rather rule from the shadows if I can. Then you don't have to take any flack.
Well, as long as you can, the whole idea
It's
of
more
ruling from the
convincing.
shadow.
If the message doesn't have a clear person behind it, people accept it as if they came up with it more readily. And if that's the case, then they go along with it.
That's
right?
what they've tricked them into.
Yes.
That's what they've gotten them into. They all think it's their idea, and they're repeating the same shit you see on fucking 6 o'clock news.
Right, but that's
Yes.
what our nobles used to do.
Yes. Tom's
They
got
had
us.
they had an outward face, and there was the inner face.
Yes. Tom's got to say a last word if he wants to. He might have dipped off. Oh no, he dipped off.
He did.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, I agree with you, Winkler. You have to be aristocratic in that sense. You can see how easily led most of the masses are. You can either bemoan that, or you can say, we should give them better instructions. That's what I propose. I propose we give them better instructions. Instructions that are beneficial to them. And us.
Strip away the cheat code and put in,
Yes, we know they're going to follow whatever instructions they're given. So let's give them instructions that are beneficial to them.
Exactly. And us as a whole, like, our instructions are not the same as theirs, right? And that's a problem that we need to conquer as well. Like, it could lead in the same direction, but I'm getting a little tired of people punching right, let's call it. And my idea is better than yours, therefore you should burn in hell, and I'm going to destroy everything you stand for. Meanwhile, we stand for the same thing. Like, that is a sorry to bring it down, but that is a problem amongst our people, and we need to conquer that, and we need to realize who has their lane. We need to acknowledge that we have our own lane, and we need to, venture outside your lane every once in a while. That's only natural, and it's growing at a rate that is hard to comprehend right now. So putting our fucking building our castle on sand is not a good idea right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have to adapt, we have to grow, we have to have new ideas. We can't just pretend that the old ideas are going to work all the time forever. Like, you can stay in that lane if you want, but don't. This whole virtue signaling aspect of some of the movement is a detriment to the whole movement in itself, in my opinion. Sorry about that, but
no, I see where you're coming from. Now, I'll tell you, I'm in a group chat with some of the highest thinkers in our sphere, and I become unimpressed with them by the day. In their
we need more think tanks, though.
Yes, no,
But,
exactly,
sorry.
and they'll debate things on an autistic level that would not only confound
Turbo.
That's not it. You know what? That's not even the group chat I'm talking about. That one's just fairly
No.
decent. Turbo is Turbo. I love Turbo. Turbo is good thoughts. No, what I'm talking about is you start to have to decide where the human soul lies. You start to have to decide whether the particular supervenes on the universal. These philosophical questions that are just beyond autism into just like this hyper autism. And my general impression of the whole thing is they're necessary, but they're quickly becoming a function. Where before the vanguard was this,
Emotional reaction.
well, no, well, okay, yes, it was. And then it became hyper intellectual. I think we're moving into a frame where the intellectuals serve the builders. I think a guy like
That's a good
Mike.
way to put it.
Yeah, a guy like
Yeah.
Mike of Imperium Press or of the Antelope Hill, or let me scroll down my feed. I want to say it's called
I know what you're saying, though. Like
a media conglomerate, right wing, just like we're moving out of the theoretical back into the constructive forces that build the thing.
Right. That's where the collective consciousness, in a way, comes from. In a way, or it could build it. right? If we're all on the same wavelength, it'll
Mhm.
organically build itself
No, well,
because we're all striving. Well, not ideally, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Mhm.
if we all strive for a goal
Mhm.
for our individual selves as a people, then we inevitably rise up our neighbors,
Yes.
right?
Okay, but so
Right.
in 2016, 17, 18, 19, it was necessary now to create a theoretical background for an alternative society. Now we have enough of that background and enough consensus, even though it might not seem like it in any individual group chat, enough fundamental design work has been done across the board that we are now should be moving towards the actions of building alternative society. And by that I mean publishing, charity, feed the security, feeding, every
Dude,
like
even GoFundMe's to buy land, man. Like, I don't know
right,
why
yeah,
nobody likes this idea.
precisely funding communities, precisely that.
Well, you know, we've seen you know, Active Club happening all across North America. Is
Yes.
definitely a manifestation of this.
Yes.
Oh, it's very open for that idea. Like, I don't see why it can't. Imagine, oh my God, could you imagine 20,000 people donate $20 each? Fuck, game over.
It was $2 million.
Yeah, that'll buy a lot, and then I'll start something that will be something that we could build off of. We need to start creating supply chains. We can't just all concentrate in one fucking area. We need to build everything. We gotta realize that we can't depend on the infrastructure that has been laid at our feet anymore, because they're taking it away on
Yeah.
purpose.
But here's the biggest here's the
you know.
biggest white pill of them all. There is no civilization but us. Everything
Yeah,
that
they
is
get rid of
not
us, they inherit
everything
nothing.
that is not us is anarchy or barbarianism, whatever.
I agree. There's a
Like-
good chance the majority of people that even speak on these forums are going to be significant spokesmen in their community, and hopefully they can keep it in order that is sustainable.
The best thing that ever happened to the white man was to be kicked out of the Occupy Wall Street marches. If we had been allowed in, then we would be some controlled opposition, like counter effect to Wall Street. We'd be the hippies of 2010. Since we were kicked out entirely, we can now form our entire parallel society, except it's not really a parallel society, because that would assume that if we leave, there's any society left behind. Society is what a white man is. Society is a white man. Society is where, just like cold is where a snowflake is, society is where a white man is. If we leave, then the concept leaves. And we did, and we have.
Exactly, and it's happening, and it's inevitable at this point. It's just organically happening already. A lot of the people that are even doing it, you want to call white flight, whatever you want to call it, but like, it's just already happening. Like, people are leaving areas for a reason they may not even understand themselves, but something in their gut is telling me or them to leave, you know?
Yes.
So it's for the
Yes.
people that are financially able, anyway, it's already happening, right?
Yes.
So it's just a matter of time at this point.
The
It
truth
is
will
kind
assert itself. It's just a matter of us catching up to the truth. Now we have the CEO on the line, and this is a friend, I believe, from my own area. the CEO, would you like to speak? Do you have a spooky story for us or a paranormal encounter?
Well, I had a strange encounter today, but it was real. Um, there was a guy that I heard about in the news that got kidnapped from a bar, kind of in my area, and yeah, he was kidnapped, and then they like tortured him and took his money and all this stuff. And then today I saw him actually. I met him.
Get the
He
fuck out.
told me he was kidnapped, and yeah, he told me he was kidnapped, and I knew. Now I know both. Like I knew one of the people who actually helped kidnap him. Like I knew her when I was younger, and yeah, so it was pretty weird. Like meeting the guy who actually went through being tortured, like basically, and kidnapped. Similar to what people say in their stories about aliens or whatever. But he told me that he was schizophrenic. So it was very weird hearing all of that together. Him claiming he's this kidnapped victim of this stuff, but also the schizophrenic. So it was just very strange.
Do you believe
But it
him?
was a real life encounter. I don't know. I mean, maybe he was just having a schizophrenic episode and thought that he was, instead of being with aliens, maybe he thought he was this person. So
Well, they tend to lie a lot, but I'm not saying it's not true. But they will sometimes lie to you to make you. It's a victim consciousness, like they need you to come down to their level. But it very well might be true, but at the same time, he might be lying about the narrative of why it happened. Like he may not be innocent. The fact that you spoke to him most likely means he like owed someone money. He did this, that, and the other. I don't know. But the fact that he isn't chopped up into a bag tells me it's a vendetta of some kind that wasn't
okay.
all that serious. Like it was probably
Oh.
serious. Like it was probably very serious, like to normie people. But
So what about like cutting off the ear or something like that?
that's pretty serious, yeah.
I don't know.
That's serious, yeah. If you're kidnapped, tortured, like did he have his ear cut off?
Well,
Jesus.
I don't know if it was cut off, but it was cut, I believe. And he told me he was bound. His arms were bound, and it dug into his flesh. I don't know. But he
Okay.
was left to die. He was left to die.
Oh.
Yeah. They left him to die. So, yeah, and then he just stared at me as I was eating the food, and he was telling me about his experience, So, yeah, that was interesting, I guess. I don't know. I felt like I've been having weird experiences. Like I've been getting like rare coins lately and stuff. Like and it seems like wealth is kind of surrounding me right now. So it's weird.
Did you do any prayer or manifestation for that wealth?
No. Is that strange?
I don't know. But what gives you the sensation that you're particularly lucky right now?
I guess there's just been a lot of rare occurrences lately. For example, even this morning, there was a semi that went across an intersection and would have got hit by this truck. So the truck just stopped because he obviously would have died probably, or injured his, something would have happened. But anyway, he stopped. The semi went by, and then I was coming up, and then this guy pulled out. Like he started pulling out, and he was going to do the exact same thing. And I probably would have T-boned, or I would have hit him, or he would have hit me. And then he just started laughing, and that's just how my morning started. Like it's just things like that, just strange occurrences. Like because two people pulling out at the same time. Like, I don't know. I've seen this intersection is not the best, but it was just weird. That's all I'll say. So yeah, I don't know. I know that probably sounds normal, but maybe to you, but it's just the amount of occurrences.
You've had a general sensation of luck.
Yeah, kind of, and almost like it can go the other way too, I guess. Like, I've had times though I've avoided death and I've avoided accident because I had a feeling that in my gut that something was gonna happen.
What do you
Oh
attribute
yeah,
that
that's
to?
it's a real
I don't
thing.
know. It's like instinct or something, you know?
There's like a sense for it.
Yeah,
Big
I don't
time.
know. I don't know. Maybe it's not just responding, but maybe it's just you get a feeling a few seconds before that something's off. You just have a feeling, you know, and then it happens. And then you're like, okay, well, at least I was prepared, you know?
Yeah, never ignore that feeling. I had this will be my last one, then I gotta take off, guys. But I had a similar thing happen to me where I wanted to visit an old friend that I used to rent an apartment with. My gut was telling me not to go. Long story short, I went. Okay. And then I didn't spend much time there. It was very weird. Like, he came so far in a year and a half in a not a good direction. And anyway, I left and I was on my way home. I lived out in the country at the time, and I turned onto the country road to my house, and something told me put my seatbelt on. You're probably laughing that I didn't have it on already, but
No.
you know, it was just, you know, I just lived in the country. We didn't really have to worry about that stuff, but something told me put my seatbelt on. So anyway, I'm on the road to my house. I made it to about 1.5 kilometers away, and my car just lost control. It was weird. It was the last, I still remember, it was right before my birthday. It was the last snowfall of the year, and obviously started snowing, and my car just wouldn't respond, and it went off the road. And then of course someone abandoned their car on the side of the road, like, to make the story even more horrible. But I genuinely thought I was gonna die. Like, I was rear-ending a car at fucking like 80, 90 kilometers an hour.
Holy shit.
Parked. Yeah, it was like parked, right? So like, you know, it was one of those things, like, I'm just drifting off the road and I'm just like trying to correct it, and it just wouldn't do anything. And long story short, I hit the car, and last thing I remember, like, I didn't lose consciousness, but what I remember like the whole flashing before your eyes thing when you come into contact with that kind of thing, that's real. Like, all I saw was my daughter, my son, and then my wife, in that order. Unfortunately for her, sorry, I love you, babe, but like, it was in that order. Like, and it just stuck in my mind so hardcore, like, I don't even know how to explain it. And then I didn't lose consciousness. I smashed into this car. I went barrel rolling like a fucking NASCAR. Like, it was brutal. And it just stopped. And I was just sitting there. I started feeling myself like someone shot at me, because I'm like, what am I what, like, I'm a lot, like, I'm not even unconscious. And but what I'm getting at is, something in my gut told me not to go that night, but I felt obligated to go, almost because of a relationship of the past that I knew wasn't worth it, especially in the time of my life I was at, because some people don't grow as people. But it was just one of those things, and at the same time, it was like there was something telling me to go, and then something telling me not to go. And then when I was getting home, I'm 1.5 kilometers away from home, and fucking that happens. And that fucked me up, by the way, like financially for like whatever. But there is a gut feeling that people should not ignore, and I haven't ignored that feeling since, and I have no problems. It's this expectation of trying to like keep up with the Joneses, you know, like, oh, I better make sure Frank is doing okay, but at the same time, Frank was never doing okay. You know, like don't put other people, like, as much as caring for other people is important, don't forget about yourself and go with your gut as well. Like, some people are like, they're gone, man, and that's a sad reality. But that's just,
I know just what you
the
mean.
world.
That's
just reality.
I had a friend out in Edmonton who was gone as long as I knew him, and was on a death spiral. No, that's
It's
a
sad.
hell of
It's
an
sad,
experience.
but it's one of those sad things. But at the same time, it did nothing but bring me down, and then that affected my wife,
Yeah.
and then that affected my son, and then that affected my daughter, and then all because I felt bad for this guy I grew close to for like a couple years, and I knew he was fucking, and you know, I knew, but a part of me wanted to try to help, and you have to understand the difference, right? You at some point you have to understand that difference, and you can help where you can, and you can help where you can't.
Sure.
Like, it's a hard one. It's hard, but
That car
I'll
accident
never
brought it
forget
into
that.
focus for you. What your
The
true
car accident,
priorities were.
right? And unfortunately, that's what it took. And I wish it didn't take that for the majority of people, but I feel like maybe that's what it takes. And the people that feel like they don't go through that, and then they're like, they feel cold or something, they feel like, oh, maybe I should have, like, no, don't beat yourself up about that, man. You don't know what would have happened that night. Like, you know, in your gut, you did the right thing, man.
One thing,
because
yeah, I agree entirely.
I could have died. I could have left my wife a widow with 2 little kids, and I didn't even lose consciousness. There's no reason for that, by the way.
Right.
The car was parked. I hit it at 80. Like, I couldn't stop. Nothing worked. I couldn't steer. Nothing worked. No slowing down. Like, I screamed when I hit, like, I grabbed the steering wheel as hard as I can and yelled no. And that's my only advice to anyone. Grab that steering wheel, man, and hold it for fucking dear life. Because I'm convinced that's the only thing that helped. Like, I hit it on the driver's side because I tried to turn to the ditch. I'm obviously driving. The whole front of my car was destroyed. The back tire of the car I hit ended up in the passenger front seat.
Jesus
like, there's no reason for me to, and then I kick out my window thinking I just killed somebody. Like, so I run over to the car, I hit the window. It was it's an actual nightmare, but at the same time, it was a gift.
Is it,
that I shouldn't even. Yeah, it's interesting.
Why is it a gift? Because it put everything in its proper place.
It
It,
put it in
showed you
perspective.
your priorities.
It made me see that my gut was telling me the truth. It made me see that something was pulling me away that was a negative force, and something at the same time was telling me, no, like, stay at home, hang out with your kids, fucking watch your little show, play with them on the mat or whatever. They were young at the time, but I had 2 in a row in a very short time. But anyway. But I went against it, and I remember going against it,
that's the thing. I was like, no, you know what? Frankie needs a visit. And then like I said that to myself and I remember thinking like, fuck Frankie, but I feel obligated. You know, like it was
Yeah.
this weird thing. And then like, and I'm lucky enough I can reflect on it. I feel like not enough people reflect on decisions and things that happen to them and why. And I was able to do that, thankfully. And I feel like I understand the world a little better. It might be spiritual, it might be a different thing altogether. I don't know. I'm not I don't know. But there's something more to it, and a lot of people should follow their instincts. And if I feel like I was lucky, and I feel like someone was watching over me. I don't know what it was, but there was no reason for me to live, period. Let alone not be injured, let alone kick out a window and jump out of my car and try to help someone. That wasn't there. There was no one there. They abandoned their car. Why? Why? Why did I get to live when I know other people that have gotten in car accidents that have died? Why?
There's
something.
There's
something. Yeah, it's wild.
I'd say there's no rhyme or reason to it. And these moments where they put our lives into focus and the fragility of them are gifts in exactly the way you say they are. And you could have just as well have died. And perhaps you were saved for a purpose. And I won't even put it beyond that, but simply to say that if you took the message away that to get your priorities in order out of it, then it was worth it. It's a hell of an experience, and you're lucky to have had it.
Yeah, it's weird. It's a weird feeling. A lot of people speak about it, but it's just like until you go like yeah, I don't even know how to put it, man. Until you see it, until you like you're screaming no and grabbing the steering wheel, and then your kids flash and there's no reason for it. Like I didn't hit my head, you know, like nothing happened. Like I rolled a lot and I grabbed that steering wheel like the fucking it was like my life depended on it, because it did probably.
Yeah, it did.
But it's just wild. It's so weird to reflect on it, because I still remember sitting in that room thinking like, why the hell am I going to I'll say Frank. Let's stick with Frank. Why do I feel like Frank? I got to go over to Frank's. I haven't seen Frank in a while. He keeps telling me to come over. Why do I feel obligated to go to Frank's? I shouldn't go to Frank's. But something was telling me to, yeah, I don't know, man. I believe there's an evil and a good in this world. There's a bad wolf and a good wolf. And it just depends what one you feed. Like, there is some truth behind that, man. It may not be spiritual. It may not be anything. It may just be you. And it's up to you. You know?
Powerful stuff. I think we'll probably call it a night on that note with that amazing story. Does anyone have any last notes?
Thanks for letting me share. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, I'll be back
Wanna
anytime.
say, thanks for putting this all together. It was a fantastic time, and love to be a part of more things like this in the future.
Well, we'll do another one next week. Hopefully I'll have Yield back, and Tom Thumb did a great job. I'm glad you were all here. I think we talked about an amazing array of stuff and plumbed the very seats of our epistemologies, our ways of understanding the world and what's beautiful to us and our values and what makes us special. And so what more could any podcast or stream or whatever ask for. I think we did a damn good job, and I thank you guys for it. I'll see you all hopefully next week. This is a limited series. I won't see you too many weeks in a row, but I might see you next week. And I'll say good night. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Cheers.